Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good morning and welcome to the 79th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. Please join me in welcoming our special guest now entering the room, His Excellency Mr. Mark Stephen Brown, Prime Minister, Cook Islands and Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum. His Excellency Mr. Surangel S. Whips Jr., President of Palau. Her Excellency Ms. Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister of Samoa. His Excellency Mr. Vijavat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand and Chair of the 78th Commission Session, and Ms. Armida Salsiah Alisjabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, before we begin, I kindly ask for your attention for a few important announcements. Kindly note that remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for the purpose of facilitating communication. In light of the fact that there are 6 official languages of the United Nations, 4 of which are used at ESCAP. Participants are requested to be mindful of the additional difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed to the interpreters. Only the speech or intervention in the original language is authentic and constitutes an authentic record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the speech or intervention in the original language, the latter shall prevail. In addition, interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelization, freezing or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. Thank you. We will And with that digital flag parade of our members and associate members, the opening ceremony of the 79th session of the Commission now begins. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, may I now request His Excellency Mr. Vijavat Isarabakdi, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, the Chair of the 78th session of the Commission, to preside over the meeting. Thank you.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. It is a great honor and privilege for me to join you today to preside over the closing of the 78th session of the Commission. Before we move into today's agenda, please allow me to say a few words about the past year in the work of the Commission. You will see that we have made quite a number of accomplishments. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, The 78th session of the Commission that comes to an end today was guided by the theme, A Common Agenda to Advance Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific. And to mark the 75th anniversary of ESCAP, the Commission adopted the Bangkok Declaration, reaffirming the region's commitment to promoting multilateralism and international cooperation, strengthening partnerships for sustainable development, and protecting people and the planet. In terms of leaving no one behind, the 7th session of the Committee on Social Development discussed regional strategies for building a healthy, protected, and productive workforce, and reviewed policies and good practices to further strengthen social protection. At the high-level intergovernmental meeting on the final review of the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2013 to 2022, member states adopted the Jakarta Declaration on the Asian and Pacific Decade of Persons with Disabilities 2023-2032, reiterating their commitment to ensuring the meaningful participation of women and men with diverse disabilities in order to leave no one behind. At the regional review and appraisal of the Madrid International Plan of Action on Aging, member states committed to investing in social protection and access to universal health care, fostering lifelong learning opportunities and enhanced digital literacy for older persons, as well as addressing age-based discrimination and barriers. In terms of protecting the planet, the Committee on Environment and Development adopted a ministerial declaration to foster regional cooperation on climate action, the protection of ecosystems and oceans, as well as sustainable urban development. Member states also adopted a regional action program on air pollution to build momentum for stronger science-based and policy-oriented cooperation to improve air quality management. The third Ministerial Conference on Regional Economic Cooperation and Integration discussed ways and means to enhance regional and sub-regional cooperation for solutions to connectivity, climate, and digitalization challenges, especially in the post-COVID-19 recovery phase. To accelerate this transition to sustainable transport systems, the 7th session of the Committee on Transport supported the establishment of a regional cooperation mechanism on low-carbon transport, as well as the implementation of the Asia-Pacific Initiative on electric mobility. The Committee on Information and Communications Technology, Science, Technology, and Innovation endorsed the action plan for implementing the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative 2022 to 2026 to facilitate cooperative actions among member states to transition toward digital economies and achieve sustainable development in the region. The Jakarta Ministerial Declaration on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, adopted at the 4th Ministerial Conference on Space Applications for Sustainable Development in Asia and the Pacific, showed the strong commitment of countries to using innovative space applications to address persistent challenges, be they poverty, food security, threats to global health, or increasing vulnerability to disasters, climate change, and environmental degradation. The first session of the Committee on Trade, Investment, Enterprise, and Business Innovation made recommendations relating to making trade more competitive, sustainable, and inclusive, engaging the private sector, mobilizing impact investment and foreign direct investment, promoting enterprise and business innovation, and scaling up innovation, all with the aim of accelerating progress on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Lastly, at the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics, member states explored ways to build and implement new data governance arrangements, establish sound data governance mechanisms, and respond to the challenge of capturing progress on well-being and sustainability that goes beyond the usual measurement of gross domestic product. In spite of all these achievements, there is still a lot of work to be done in the quest for sustainable development in the region and the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. This year's Commission session, therefore, provides us with a unique opportunity to reinforce regional cooperation on climate action, which is also a critical part of the SDGs. It is hoped that the outcomes from the session this week will be built upon at the SDG Summit and Climate Ambition Summit during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly this September, so as to reflect the voices of the Asia-Pacific region on this important matter. With the wisdom and locally driven development approaches of countries in the region, Asia and the Pacific have much to share with other countries and regions on the global stage, as we together accelerate climate action and the achievement of the SDGs. I look forward to our deliberations this year. Thank you for your attention. Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, it is now my pleasure to conduct the election of officers for the 79th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. In line with its rules of procedure, the Commission will elect from among its members a chair and 2 vice chairs. However, if the plenary so decides, the rule may be applied differently today for the 79th session to elect a chair and 7 vice chairs of the session. Before we proceed with the election of the Bureau, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the chair of the Working Group on Draft Resolutions, His Excellency Mr. Aman Isetov, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Kazakhstan to ESCAP, and the Vice Chair of the Working Group, Mr. Sukmo Yuwono, Deputy Chief of Mission and Deputy Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP, for guiding the deliberations of the Working Group to a successful conclusion. As delegates may be aware, the Commission at its 75th session decided that its chair shall rotate among the 5 sub-regions of the Commission. And this year is the turn of the Pacific. Therefore, I have the great honor to propose Her Excellency Honorable Fekita Moeloa Katoa Utoi Kamanu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Tourism of Tonga, as chair of the 79th session of the Commission. If there is no objection, it is so decided. It is my great pleasure then to declare Her Excellency Honorable Fekita Moeloa Katoa Utoi Kamanu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Tourism of Tonga, duly elected as the chair of the 79th session of the Commission. For the positions of vice chairs of the session, I have the pleasure of proposing the following officials. First, His Excellency Mr. Lee Tuch, Senior Minister, President of the National Committee for ESCAP, and first Vice President of the Cambodia Mine Action and Victim Assistance Cambodia. Second, His Excellency Mr. Askar Sambakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industries of Kazakhstan. Third, Her Excellency Ms. Hyun Jenny Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister of Climate Change, Republic of Korea. Fourth, His Excellency Mr. Anbaya Nyamdori, State Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia. Fifth, His Excellency Mr. Rashmat Budiman, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Indonesia to ESCAP. Sixth, Her Excellency Ms. Millicent Cruz Paredes, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ESCAP. Seventh, Her Excellency Mrs. Colone Apuha Milage Shaminda Inoka Colone, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Sri Lanka to ESCAP. I'm certain that the distinguished delegates whom I have proposed will discharge their duties efficiently for the successful deliberations of the session. So if there is no objection, it is so decided. So please join me once again in congratulating the newly elected chair and vice chairs. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now my great honor to invite Her Excellency Honorable Fekita Moeloa Katoa Utoi Kamanu, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Tourism of Tonga, Chair of the 79th session, to conduct the meeting from this point onwards. This is the gavel, the powerful gavel.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, I thank you all for the confidence placed in me and the great honor that you have bestowed on my country and on me. Together with the Honorable Vice Chairs and with the support of the ESCAP Secretariat, I shall endeavor to discharge the responsibilities of serving as your chair to the very best of my abilities. Please allow me to say a few words. Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, Heads of State and Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, we gather here as we stand halfway through implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We find ourselves at a turning point. Countries in the Asia-Pacific region continue to face cascading socio-economic impacts from the coronavirus disease pandemic, from ongoing geopolitical conflicts, and the ever-accelerating climate crisis. 400 million people in the region are denied access to safe and nourishing food because of the cost of living crisis. Catastrophes associated with climate change coupled with the loss of biodiversity, with high levels of pollution, claim lives and cause suffering, instability, and pain. Governments grapple with the challenge of protecting people, especially the most vulnerable, amid soaring food and energy prices. Fiscal space is constrained, borrowing costs are sky high and continue to rise. Debt burdens are increasingly unsustainable. The progress to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals is remarkable for only a few of the goals. As a region, we will not achieve most of the SDGs unless progress accelerates significantly and notably so on climate action. What is needed is a reversal of a trend. This is why the deliberations of the 79th session, guided by the theme Accelerating Climate Change Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development, are so critical for the region. Temperatures continue to soar, ocean levels continue to rise, and we know how this impacts on climate change-induced extreme weather events. We also know too well the devastating impacts on people, livelihoods, and the future of our children this has. Dangers can only intensify. They will exacerbate the manifold development challenges we experience, and notably so in regard to poverty and inequalities. The Asia and Pacific region is known to be particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. As a region, we must take swift and unified measures. We must rally to both mitigate and adapt to the effects of climate change. Collaboration amongst nations will be essential to accelerate climate action. No single country can alone combat the many and complex issues of a fluctuating climate. This session's results will be critical. This is especially the case for the resolution Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and Pacific for Sustainable Development. Countries have demonstrated their willingness to cooperate and to act in unison for the well-being of the people in Asia and the Pacific. ESCAP, as the most inclusive intergovernmental platform in the region, can and must foster strategic cooperation for addressing the transboundary nature of climate change and for sharing best practices and technologies for mitigation and adaptation. For the Pacific, this is a lifeline. The Pacific small island developing states contribute less than 0.03% of the world's total greenhouse gas emissions. The very nature of their geographies, however, means they are amongst the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. ESCAP has been and must continue to be an important platform to advocate for regional and global action to achieve the region's climate goals. For decades now, we from the Pacific have been making it clear how vital it is to stay within the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. Let our deliberations translate this urgency into action. It is an honor to chair a session where countries not only reach an agreement on a resolution on climate action, and what counts is a continued and strong commitment to remain supportive of countries in special circumstances in the region. This commitment, this collaboration must deepen even further as we tackle our many challenges, from the environment to including people with disabilities, space applications, digital collaboration, disaster risk reduction, urban development, and the relationship between the ocean and climate change. Countries in the region are getting ready for a thorough overview of the Sustainable Development Goals as the SDG Summit this year. The review outcomes, hopefully, will provide more direction for effective and accelerated measures needed to accomplish the Sustainable Development Goals. In line with this, the outcomes of our discussions will give an extra push as nations prepare for the 4th International Conference on Small Island Developing States in 2024, where we will evaluate the capacity of small island developing states to achieve inclusive and sustainable development. Let there be no doubt, if we want to achieve lasting results across the SDGs and with a very compressed time frame, we must bolster and accelerate our cooperation at the international and regional levels. The conclusion and recommendations of this 79th session of the Commission are critical
to climate change. This would enhance the resilience of communities and countries, and in turn create an enabling ecosystem for a balanced, sustainable, and inclusive growth. I would like to thank ESCAP for the theme of this Commission session, which underscores the acceleration of climate action in the region. On our part, Thailand embraces the sufficiency philosophy economy as guidance for the country's development and climate action, which promotes resilience of our communities. Furthermore, we revised our nationally determined contributions, as well as the long-term low emissions development strategies to meet our climate targets, to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2065. Thailand supports cooperation in combating climate change at the regional level, which is key to solving this problem. I wish to propose 3 priorities to support climate action in the region. First, ESCAP's work should be in synergy with and complement other regional and sub-regional cooperation frameworks, such as the Bangkok Goals on the Biocircular Green Economy, which builds on the sufficiency economy philosophy, Thailand's pathway towards sustainable development. The Bangkok Goals, adopted at the APEC Leaders Summit in November last year, aim to create a more balanced and environmentally friendly economic growth, which help accelerate the implementation of the SDGs in tandem with climate action. Second, we should leverage science, technology, and innovation in our climate actions. Thailand utilizes our Earth observation satellite to monitor greenhouse gas emissions in the forestry sector, as well as identify droughts and hotspots to avert fires and transboundary haze pollution. Thailand stands ready to elevate our cooperation through mechanisms at all levels, such as our consultations with neighboring countries in the Mekong sub-region to address PM 2.5 air pollution. Accurate data and information will help formulate policy-making decisions. Strengthening of multi-stakeholder cooperation will also enable us to tackle the problem in a more targeted and effective manner. Third, health risk management and public health preparedness will help us minimize and adapt to the impacts of climate change. In this regard, it is important to implement the health aspects of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction to reduce the vulnerability of communities to climate and disaster risks. Through harnessing its expertise, the ESCAP is in an ideal position to bolster the region's strengths by enhancing the capacity of its member states and supporting them in their implementation of the health aspects of the Sendai Framework. Distinguished delegates, at this halfway point in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to collectively review and expedite our actions to move forward the SDGs in all dimensions in an inclusive manner while leaving no one behind. This is our common aspiration under the Bangkok Declaration, adopted last year on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of ESCAP. This year's Commission session provides us with a good opportunity to reinforce regional cooperation on climate action, which is also a critical part of the SDGs. We hope that the outcomes from the session this week will be built upon at the SDG Summit and the Climate Ambition Summit during the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly this September, so as to reflect locally driven development approaches of countries and accelerate climate action in a concrete manner. Despite the current political transition, sustainability will continue to be Thailand's top priority. This is the reason why Thailand presented our candidature to host the Specialized Expo 2028 in Phuket under the theme Future of Life, Living in Harmony, Sharing Prosperity, to showcase practical solutions for sustainable development in Phuket, with a focus on eradicating social, public health, and environmental disparities. I would like to commend and lend my support to the ESCAP in promoting multi-stakeholder partnerships in the region. As host country and member of ESCAP, Thailand reaffirms its support of the constructive efforts of the ESCAP. In closing, I wish to extend my best wishes to all participants today. I am convinced that the 79th Commission session will be a success. At the same time, I sincerely hope that the warm hospitality of the Thai people will impress you during your stay. Thank you and Sawadee krap.
Thank you. I understand the Secretariat has prepared a short video on the theme of the session, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. May I invite the conference room officer to play the video? Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we've heard, climate change is the defining development issue of our time, and the urgency of accelerating efforts is clearer than ever. We need to redouble our collective efforts. Strengthened regional cooperation will be instrumental in this regard. In this connection, it is now my pleasure to invite heads of state and government of ESCAP member states to share their vision and recommendations for regional cooperation priorities to accelerate climate action in our region. First, may I invite the Honourable Mr. Mark Stephen Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands and Chair of the Pacific Island Forum, to deliver his special remarks.
Excellencies, Honourable Ministers, Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Kia ora and warm Pacific greetings. As the Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, it is my great privilege to address the Commission on behalf of the Blue Pacific. Let me also congratulate the Foreign Minister of Tonga for assuming the chair of the 79th session of the Commission. And before I proceed further, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Henry Puna, the Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum, and the former Prime Minister of the Cook Islands. Excellencies, today we have come together to dialogue on progress that we are making to accelerate climate action in our respective regions. The Blue Pacific has been grappling with catastrophic human-induced climate events for far too long, so we seek to make an assessment today. The first step should always be to take a long, hard look at the state of well-being of our most vulnerable. While our story may not be new or unique, it is the most critical security challenge that we face. In the spirit of recycling, let me follow many others to say this again, that despite having one of the smallest carbon footprints, inconsequential in fact, we are among the first to suffer the catastrophic impacts of climate change due to our severe vulnerabilities. In this regard, the theme study of the Commission is central to our considerations. And in my experience, these moments of reflection almost always culminate the same way. And that is the key to accelerating greater ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, mitigate climate change impacts, and promote sustainable development lies in finance, wealth. And for many of us here today, access to finance remains a critical barrier to our pursuits to accelerate climate action. In 2015, the world agreed on a plan to ensure the survival of our planet and its people through the Paris Agreement. For the Blue Pacific, this represented a monumental leap forward in our fight for climate justice. But regretfully, the follow-through has been slow and disappointing. Colleagues, the path to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees is escaping our hold. The need to build resilience into our strategies and responsive structures is beyond critical. So I asked the group, how do we respond together today to keep this goal alive? I put this to the Commission. As we continue to adapt to new realities, we are faced with the daunting task of financing our adaptation efforts with limited resources and inadequate fiscal modalities. We are drowning in more ways than one. And to borrow the words of the Honourable Prime Minister from Barbados, poor countries paying the price of wealthier nations. For the Blue Pacific, our response is anchored in our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent, our roadmap for Pacific action that builds on our collective aim to achieve carbon neutrality in the Pacific by 2050. The 2050 strategy is a collective vision that is deeply rooted in the Pacific context and serves as our roadmap for Pacific action, supporting delivery of action-orientated solutions, particularly in the context of accelerated climate action. As the Cook Islands prepares to host the 52nd Pacific Islands Forum Leaders Meeting in November, our region, in close partnership with organizations like UN ESCAP, prepares to finalize a clear, comprehensive, and coordinated implementation plan that will operationalize the Pacific's pinnacle strategic plan for sustainable development. This not only requires new approaches and innovative solutions, but also speaks directly to our objectives over the next few days to promote, partner, and prosper together. As chair, I note the strong alignment between our two organizations, ESCAP and the Pacific Islands Forum. We share the same values and visions for our people and for the planet to promote prosperity and resilience for all in the Pacific. This relationship should continue to grow and to effectively deliver the results for our joint commitment. Under the Cook Islands chairmanship, we are committed to move together from promise to action. As Pacific Island Forum leaders, we firmly believe in the power of the 2050 strategy to not only accelerate climate action within our region, but also to see it as a model for inspiring climate action worldwide. Our Pacific solutions should aim to have a global impact. The recent commitment to mobilize arrangements to establish a loss and damage fund is one such priority action. And I want to acknowledge the wisdom and foresight of our friends from Vanuatu, who proposed the original loss and damage funding mechanism in 1991. I further recognize Vanuatu's leadership in the recent groundbreaking success to secure an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on the obligations of states to protect the rights of present and future generations against the adverse impacts of climate change. Pacific solutions, global impact. But these actions must continue to receive the support they require to succeed. For the Blue Pacific, partnerships based on mutual understanding, a deep respect for sovereignty, and a deep appreciation of our roles and responsibilities to this global challenge is what we seek to secure over the coming months as we continue our preparations to implement our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. And with these remarks, colleagues, I urge the wider region to join the Pacific in being stronger and more ambitious when addressing the climate crisis that we face. Our region must urgently shift into high gear. We must achieve a major breakthrough in climate finance. We must see transformation in our multilateral development funds and institutions. We must address the overwhelming financing gap that continues to erode the legitimacy of the Paris Agreement. The people of the Pacific cannot afford to wait for change any longer, and we look forward to our fellow Asian leaders to join us in this journey to ensure that we prosper together and leave no one behind. I thank you all. Kia ora, ki manuia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm now pleased to invite His Excellency the Honorable Mr. Surangel Whips Jr., President of Palau, to deliver his special remarks.
Excellencies, Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Ali, and I bring warm greetings from Palau. We are a small island nation that lives with the impacts of climate change. Our coastal communities are being inundated by sea level rise, and we are losing our lands and our cultural treasures. Droughts and storms destroy our homes and our livelihoods. And our iconic jellyfish are disappearing. Corals are bleaching, and the recent studies predict that 40% of our fish stocks may disappear by 2050 due to warming seas. We commend the historic decisions that were taken by the global community at COP27 to address loss and damage, and look forward to building on that momentum at COP28 we continue to suffer from inaccessibility of financing, either because of red tape, or in some cases, we are considered high income. And I think it's time that we implement a multi-vulnerability index. We urge the international community to catalyze climate financing and investment toward addressing our special circumstances, and call for concrete investments and practical requirements to ensure efficient access to this loss and damage facility. As ESCAP and part of the global community, we must take action. We are far from achieving our goals of net zero emissions and limiting warming to plus 1.5 degrees Celsius. The fact, and I repeat, is the blue continent is only responsible for 0.03% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Yes, we face the most severe impacts of climate change. You know, as combined members of ESCAP, we are responsible for over 50% of global emissions and growing. We cannot emphasize enough the need for parallel efforts at the regional and global levels. I want to share a little about what we're doing at the local level. We have partnered with our partners from the United States, Taiwan, Japan, and Australia, Saudi Arabia, and many others to support infrastructure development in renewable energy, relocation of homes, schools, hospitals, building seawalls and shelters, all aimed at enhancing our climate resilience. Palau, like many SIDS, have been held hostage by fossil fuels for too long. This past year, the rising cost of fuel pushed more of our citizens into poverty. The good news is that on June 2nd of this year, in a few weeks, our renewable energy production will increase from 3% to 23%. However, we still have a long ways to go to get to the 100% that we hope to achieve by 2032. We continue to seek partnership to help us achieve this goal. Accelerating the energy transition will lower energy costs and reduce carbon emissions, resulting in a win for our people and a win for our planet. To adapt and protect the most vulnerable, we are working with women to relocate their taro crops from low-lying affected areas by sea level to dry land that will hopefully contribute to enhancing our food resilience. Palau is further committed to 100% ocean management that supports a blue economy and supports the Blue Pacific countries. We encourage all coastal and ocean states to follow this commitment so that by 2030, all ocean areas under national jurisdiction are 100% sustainably managed, with a minimum of 30% protected. Our aim should be to balance production and protection, ensuring long-term durable benefits for our people and our ocean. We are actively doing our part in reducing our carbon emissions at home and protecting our oceans, our largest carbon sink. We have made important policy decisions to establish protections of our oceans by banning deep-sea mining, banning bottom trawling, and protecting whales, sharks, and dugongs, turtles, and rays. However, we cannot do this alone or in silos. We must work together. And I think most importantly, let's not let greed lead. Some of us are tempted to deep-sea mine without proper studies when we know that scraping the bottom of the ocean releases carbon, and we are unaware of the long-term effects on ocean health. We must put a moratorium to deep-sea mining. Excellencies, allow me to share a Palauan story about the Abud brothers. One was obedient, the other one a little bit hard-headed, And as fishermen, their father would always instruct them that when they go out, they should take baskets with them in their canoe. This was because in the olden days there was battles were common among the villages, and they needed to be prepared in case a war canoe approached. The father warned them that if the war canoe did approach, they should scatter the baskets across the sea, dive into the water, and hide under one of the baskets to avoid being killed. One day while fishing, they saw a war canoe on the horizon. The obedient brother began throwing the baskets overboard and dove into the water to hide under them. However, the hard-headed and disobedient brother thought he could outrun the canoe, and unfortunately, that led to his demise. Today, we are faced with the greatest battle of our lifetime, climate change. While some of us recognize the reality of this threat, others still believe we can outrun it. But if we ignore the warnings and fail to take action, we will all be doomed in the end. Our survival is no longer up for debate. Let us work together in an equitable, ambitious, decisive, and inclusive manner. We cannot be divided. We need to all be like the obedient son. We must heed the warnings. We must be prepared. We must take collective action. We are here today thanks to our collective global efforts against COVID-19. We must use the same collective efforts to tackle climate change. We must work together and take bold steps toward a low-carbon, climate-resilient future that leaves no man, no woman, and no nation behind. Kokman masulang, kob kun ka. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite Her Excellency the Honorable Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister of Samoa, to deliver her special remarks.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. The Pacific Islands occupy a vast oceanic region that covers almost 20% of the Earth's surface and is home to the world's largest concentration of microstates. According to the renowned Pacific writer, Epeli Hau'ofa, Oceania is us, we are the sea, we are the ocean. We should not be defined by the smallness of our islands, but by the greatness of our ocean. For the Pacific region and its island countries, the ocean is crucial. Exercising a sense of common identity and purpose linked to the ocean has been critical for protecting and promoting the potential of our shared Pacific Ocean. It is this commonality of the fundamental essence of the region which has the potential to empower it through collective and combined agendas and actions. The Blue Pacific narrative strengthens the existing policy frameworks that harnesses the ocean as a driver of a transformative social, cultural, political, and economic development of the Pacific. Moreover, it gives renewed impetus to deepening Pacific regionalism. We know that we can do more together than alone. Subsequent to the Pacific Leaders 2019 meeting in Tuvalu, the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent was endorsed. A strategy that reinforces commitment and working together as a collective for advancing Pacific regionalism based on the Blue Pacific narrative. It is premised on the firm recognition of the strategic, cultural, and economic value that our Blue Pacific region holds and our shared commitment to protect and leverage this value. And it seeks to achieve sustainable development, inclusive economic growth, strengthened governance, and security. The 2050 strategy also expresses the political ambition of our leaders to navigate the Pacific through the global and regional geopolitical forces that impact on our region's ability to achieve development impacts for its people. In this context, development actors need to work with us and understand the politics of development in our region and seek to engage with us in a way that supports our agency and leadership on sustainable development. As well, it emphasizes Pacific leadership and ownership on regional opportunities and challenges. Pacific Island leaders have nonetheless recognized the need for a new, inclusive, and game-changing approach to Pacific regionalism that can not only realize the unmet development needs of the Pacific Island peoples, but also to meet the demands of the new global development paradigm. At the heart of this new approach is an emphasis on inclusive policy development and implementation, as well as recognition of the political dimension for ensuring development outcomes for the Pacific. While Pacific Island countries vary widely in population, economic circumstances, development, political status, and stability, they face several common challenges, each amplified by the devastating impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the pervasive impacts of climate change. Climate change remains the single greatest threat to the well-being, livelihoods, and security of Pacific peoples. Taking into account the insufficient global response to limit temperatures below 1.5 Celsius, as a small island developing state, as well as the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States, AOSIS, Samoa will continue to advocate for ratcheting up ambitious targets and urgent follow-through in the implementation of the nationally determined contributions. For Samoa, we aim to reach a target of 100% electrification through renewables by 2030, and to promote urgent and inclusive transformation of the land and maritime transport sectors towards decarbonization. The Pacific persists in urging major emitters to phase out all fossil fuel subsidies and to accelerate actions towards transitioning to low greenhouse gas emission, climate resilient economies. Climate financing is crucial to ensure transformational investments in order to achieve the net zero by the 2050 goal. However, we cannot achieve that if funding for the root causes of climate change is exponentially greater than investment in appropriate response to climate change. As ocean states, we firmly support placing ocean sustainability at the core of SDG 14. We are united to prevent and eliminate marine pollution, including plastics, oil spills, discharge of waste, and nuclear contaminants. The magnitude of the plastic pollution crisis is so enormous that we need to reduce, redesign, create demand for recycled content, and to put basic infrastructure for collection in place. All these initiatives require our collective sustained and common action. The Pacific SIDS contributes less than 1.3% of mismanaged plastics pollution in the world's oceans, yet are grossly and disproportionately affected by its impacts. The second World Ocean Assessment pointed out the highest quantity of floating plastics are home in the South Pacific subtropical Gaia. Therefore, we welcome the decision to convene an intergovernmental negotiating committee to develop an internationally legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and building on the lessons learned from the BB&J process on both time and resourcing. As a global industry, shipping is responsible for 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. The monitoring and enforcement of MARPOL is weak, and violations are frequent. The resolution against shipping pollution sponsored by the Republic of the Marshall Islands reinforces the role of flag states in tackling marine pollution from ships and must be supported and implemented. Samoa welcomes the call for protecting 30% of our global oceans by 2030 and commend the Blue Leaders 30 by 30 campaign. Sea level rise will impact adversely on food security and nutrition, including what we are entitled to exploit from our maritime zones. We welcome the work within UNCLOS and the recent conclusion of the BB&J negotiations. We are concerned that the increased acidification of our ocean and the resultant reef damage will affect the fisheries upon which we rely. A stark reminder of how interconnected the effects of climate change are with our environments and our daily lives. Madam President, what must we do with great urgency? The Pacific region, including our regional organizations, remain focused on building resilience to climate change and reversing environmental degradation, committing more to ambitious mitigation and adaptation actions, to protect BB&J and tackle biodiversity loss, to name a few priorities. Our daily realities push us to prepare for and respond to disasters, invest in green growth, circular economies, and renewable energy. Since the advent of the COVID pandemic in early 2020, all our Pacific SIDS had prioritized the safety and health of our people over economic considerations. Though a hard decision to take, considering the resultant economic challenges that followed, many of us were able to keep COVID-19 at bay. We call on our development partners to work with us in determining the best recovery strategies that fit our vulnerability and economic potential. Small island developing states simply cannot support their SDGs at the same time fund core needs on their own. Development cooperation systems must be more responsive to the constantly changing realities and the development emergencies we face daily. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated these structural vulnerabilities and compounded risks. Consequently, the call for and endorsement of a multidimensional vulnerability index, the MVI, and implementation will allow for the inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility for concessional finance. This will be welcome support to address debt burdens, overcome economic shocks, and simultaneously safeguard the progress made on the 2030 Agenda, Paris Agreement, and the Samoa Pathway. Samoa appeals to all our partners to walk with us in realizing the timely and effective implementation of the MVI. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Some other honorable heads of state and government were not able to join us in person today, but have sent pre-recorded messages. May I invite the conference room officer to play the message from His Excellency, Mr. Joko Widodo, the President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Yang Mulia
Her Excellency, Madam Armida Ali Shahbana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, distinguished delegates, the Asia-Pacific region is facing a real climate challenge. Last April, Asia experienced the worst heat wave in history. The occurrence of natural disasters in the Asia-Pacific region is the highest in the world. And in order to face this challenge, several steps must be taken. First, strengthening regional adaptation. We need technological innovation in the agriculture and the fishery sector, as well as research in the development of plant varieties that are resilient against extreme weather, because the majority of people in the Asia-Pacific region are farmers and fishers. Additionally, early warning systems must be strengthened, and disaster-proof infrastructure must be prepared. Second, bolstering regional climate action. The Asia-Pacific region must play a part in realizing net zero emission. Indonesia promotes the acceleration of energy transition through the development of the EV industry ecosystem, the use of new and renewable energy, including biofuel, and the gradual conversion of coal-based power plants. Third, global partnerships. The Asia-Pacific region needs $40 billion per year for the transition towards low-carbon economy. And what I would like to underline in this connection, these efforts require international support, and developed countries must implement their commitments, including the financing commitment of $100 billion per year, the realization of loss and damage financing facilities, the expansion of the Just Energy Transition Partnership Scheme, and the exploration of innovative financing. Indonesia has initiated the Global Blended Finance Alliance because the synergy between government and the private sector will become a game changer in climate action. Excellencies, UN ESCAP has a big role to play in this regard and must become a forum for the strengthening of cooperation in tackling existing climate challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the message from His Excellency Mr. Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, Jr., President of the Philippines.
Your Excellencies, the Honorable Undersecretary General, distinguished delegates. Climate change remains the greatest existential threat of our times. The effects of climate change are acutely felt in our region, from rising sea levels to more frequent and severe weather events. We see and suffer from its devastating impacts on our communities, our economies, and our environment. And while climate change affects all countries, it is the most vulnerable and those least responsible that bear its brunt. We must stop this injustice if we are to turn the tide. For countries such as ours, and many others in the Asia-Pacific region, achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development rests on our capacity to work together in addressing this global challenge. Foremost, industrialized countries must fulfill their commitments and obligations under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement by cutting greenhouse gas emissions, facilitating technology transfer, and helping developing countries close the climate financing gap. It is imperative the Loss and Damage Fund begins to work. As I mentioned at the United Nations, the global nature of climate change requires a truly united effort. We must bond together as a region to share knowledge, resources, and best practices. Only through enhancing international cooperation can we attain our shared goals of a more secure and prosperous future for all. Instead of being paralyzed by despair, let us take bold strides to mitigate and adapt to climate change and build a sustainable and resilient region for our peoples. In this light, there is a need to create a comprehensive, coordinated, people-centered approach to climate action in Asia and the Pacific. Hence, we welcome the focus of this year's ESCAP and believe it can play an important role in strengthening our region's capacities and our solidarity to fight climate change together. I am proud to share that the Philippines is taking significant steps to address climate change and shield our people from its shocks. We are investing in renewable energy, implementing sustainable agricultural practices, and promoting nature-based solutions in adaptation and mitigation. We championed the cause of developing countries during the Conference of Parties in Egypt, just as we continue to fulfill our nationally determined contributions. But we all can and must do more. South-South and triangular cooperation can complement national strategies to increase access to investments, innovation, infrastructure required to build more agile, resilient, and adaptive communities. Climate action should also take a prominent place in UN cooperation frameworks with program countries. We must ensure that the scarce resources of the UN are directed to efforts that make the most impact on the ground. At the same time, we must harness the consequential benefits of multi-stakeholder cooperation. The time for climate action is now. We must preserve the planet and build resilient, progressive, and people-centered communities today for the survival of humankind. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the message from the Honorable Sheikh Hasina, Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Her Excellency Executive Secretary ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I am happy to join the 79th annual session of Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific on accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Climate change is the real challenge of our time. The Asia and Pacific region, home to 60% of the world's population, is highly vulnerable to climate change. The region is facing natural calamities like floods, cyclone, heat wave, and droughts in an increased proportion due to the impact of climate change affecting our lives and livelihoods. Ladies and gentlemen, Bangladesh is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, although its contribution to global emission is very negligible. Our development programs, therefore, focus on addressing climate resilient development efforts. We established Bangladesh Climate Change Trust Fund in 2009. About 851 projects have been taken for adaptation and mitigation purpose. In October 2022, Bangladesh has submitted the National Adaptation Plan NAP to UNFCCC. It has identified 113 interventions across 8 priority areas with an expenditure of around 230 billion US dollar up to 2050. Bangladesh has also submitted an ambitious and updated nationally determined contributions NDC to the UNFCCC in 2021. We have adapted the Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100 a 100-year strategic plan for achieving a safe, climate resilient, prosperous delta. We are also implementing the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, spanning from 2022 to 2041 with the vision of setting Bangladesh's development trajectory from vulnerability to resilience. Bangladesh has been recommended for graduation from the LDC by 2026. However, the frequent climate induced disaster may disrupt our smooth transition. Climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction are therefore policy priorities of my government. Excellencies, you know Bangladesh has been hosting 1.2 million forcibly displaced Myanmar nationals. The Wadu presence not only poses a serious security threat but also triggers a severe environmental degradation. We reiterate our call to take concrete efforts to send back them to their homes in Myanmar. In conclusion, I would like to propose the following steps that SCAP may take into account. Climate vulnerable developing countries, especially in Asia and Pacific, require adequate finance to implement their NAP as well as to achieve NDC targets. International support measures of knowledge sharing, technology transfer, and innovation driven trade and investment are to be placed for transition towards climate resilience growth for the graduating countries. Trade facilitation measures, digital trade and IT enabled services should be available in the developing countries to deal with the fourth industrial revolution and mitigate the challenges of climate change. Sub-regional cooperation is to be strengthened, especially accelerating the current partnership and developing new partnership for promoting the climate action for sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. Let us join our hand together to consolidate our partnership to fight against perilous threat of climate change and make the world a safer and better place for our future generation. Thank you all.
Thank you. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the message from His Excellency, Mr. Lub San Manrain Oyun Eden, Prime Minister of Mongolia.
Эрхэм зоч төлөөлөгчдөө Монгол улс нэгдсэн үндэстний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн чуулганаар батлагдсан доктортой хөгжилд хүрэх 17 зорилгын нэг болох уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийн нөлөөллийг бууруулах үүсэд идэвхтэй оролцохыг эрмэлзээр ирсэн. Хүн төрөлхтнийг нөмөрсөн цар тахалч гисэн бид байгаль дэлхийгээ хэрхэн хайрлаж зөгцсөн амьдрахыг сануулсан дэлхийн ээжийн сануулга болсон. Монгол улс нь уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд нэн их өртөж байгаа улс орнуудын нэг юм. Ирэх 80 жил дэлхийн дулаарл 2 градусаар нэмэгдэх бол Монгол улсын хувьд 4 градусаар нэмэгдэнэ гэсэн орчилсон тооцоолол байна. Энэ нь нүүдэлчин соёл иргэншилтэй мал аж ахуй түшиглсэн манай орны хувьд өмнө нь учирч байгаагүй хүнд сорилт болох юм. Энэ нь зөвхөн Монгол улс төдийгүй хөрш орнууд бүс нутагт ч зөргөөр нөлөөлөх эрсдэлтэй. Алсын хараа 2050 Монгол улсын урт хугацааны хөгжлийн бодлого шин сэргэлтийн бодлогын ногоон хөгжлийн
According to Mongolia's long-term development strategy, Vision 2050, and the new recovery policy of our country, the President of Mongolia has initiated a Billion Trees national movement to aim to combat desertification and land degradation. It is essential now more than ever for the international cooperation and share of experience in advanced technological know-how and support for best practices to be deployed. We will be hosting the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the UNCCD the Convention to Combat Desertification in 2026.
Өдрөөс өдөрт хүн төрөлхтний хэрэглээг буурал дэлхий маань даахаа болж энэ нь хүн төрөлхтний ирээдүйд занлагыг болж байна. Хөгжингүй улсуудын гаргаж буй шийдвэр
I would like to emphasize that the development trend and decisions made by developed countries sometimes can become a burden to developing countries. Our Mother Earth and our humanity can no longer withstand more epidemics, climate change, and wars. There is thus an urgent need for us to prioritize the needs of our planet Earth before the self-interest of our own countries, for all of us to be able to live in harmony and respect with each other. The change in our disposition would be a sacred act of humanity to preserve our planet Earth. Therefore, I'm confident that ESCAP will play a constructive role and lead the way in addressing the challenging issues of the region. I wish us all a successful outcome of this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the message from the Honorable Huakavame Luku, Siaso Valeni, Prime Minister of Tonga.
Mr. President, Madam Executive Secretary of the ESCAP, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the high-level opening of the 79th session of the Commission. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking here from Vanuatu at the closing of the Energy and Transport Ministers meeting, accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, reflects a key priority and challenge for us. We must act urgently. We must seize our collective duty and opportunity to strengthen regional cooperation to mitigate against the adverse impact of climate change and natural disasters. We have been talking about this now for decades, but how much has been delivered of the promised commitments to combat and rise up against the adverse impacts of climate change? For countries from the Pacific region, the manifold impacts of ever-accelerating climate change are our greatest existential security threat today. I have said this many times over, and I say it again, to drive home that this key threat limits our development opportunities, and it is a reality we, in the Pacific region, face every day. Not by choice, but by necessity, this all means for us to adjust and reshape our view on development. This is why we strongly call for a risk-informed sustainable development. Sustainable development for us requires interlinked systems and processes centered around building resiliency. For small island developing states such as ours that are increasingly and unpredictably prone to climate disaster, this is not a luxury, it is a must. Our future does not depend on us alone, and this must be recognized. Our people's future demands genuine and durable partnership on equal footings and capable of supporting of our domestic aspirations and goals. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first let's agree with scientific evidence that we live in a moment of climate emergency. We have no miracle vaccine. We have an emergency threatening our livelihoods, security, and well-being. Achieving net zero emission by 2050 must be our mutual blueprint to survival. This is not some emergent tale. This is our lived experience. This is why, for so long, we have issued a strong call for accelerated, ambitious climate action throughout the entire world. Excellencies, when we call to limit a rise in the global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius, this is not a haphazard political statement. We know that without this, our very survival in the Pacific region, and indeed throughout our shared planet Earth, is threatened. As a member of the United Nations Asia-Pacific Group and ESCAP, the Pacific Islands Forum has set a collective aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. All our development partners are hereby invited to join us in this important journey. We call on the developed nation to finalize the agreement on the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. We call unwaveringly for support to increase allocation for adaptation finance. We urge the development of simplified access modalities to climate finance. We must facilitate better access for most vulnerable countries like the Pacific Small Island developing states. We encourage support for the work currently undertaken on the multidimensional vulnerability index. Moreover, building on the outcome of COP27 last year, we urge developed countries, international financial institutions, and the private sector to mobilize support for the new loss and damage financing facility. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the clock is ticking even faster. It is beyond high time we abandon rhetoric. We must strengthen our utmost commitment to urgent climate action now. This is a Tongan phrase which we embodies this principle, ngawe whakataha. Let us work together today to ensure the future of our generations ahead. I thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the message from the Honorable Mr. Kausea Natano, Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to deliver a statement at the annual commission session on behalf of my country, Tuvalu. At the outset, I wish to express my appreciation to the government and the people of the Kingdom of Thailand for the kind hospitality accorded to our delegation present in Bangkok. Congratulations, and thanks are also due to the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Amida Salasia, for ESCAP's work in the Pacific, particularly through the Sub-Regional Office for the Pacific in Seoul. As Pacific nations recover from the socio-economic devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, as a sub-region of ESCAP, we face a single greatest existential threat of climate change. As emphasized by the Executive Secretary in the year's theme study, the race to the net zero, accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific, the need for countries to become more resilient to the impacts of climate change must be front and center of the region's post-pandemic recovery. For Tuvalu, the climate crisis is creating an increasingly uncertain future in our blue Pacific. In 3 words, we are sinking. Our people, in my generation or the next, will be unable to exist on the islands that have nurtured our ancestors for centuries. We are raising ambition in climate action, but we also have to prepare for a worst-case scenario. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I commend ESCAP for highlighting the transformation required for enhanced climate ambition and action. Tuvalu's national development policies, including its Decade 2021 to 2030 vision, have identified policy priorities which are consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals and within the context of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Last year, with the launch of the Tuvalu National Trade Development Strategy 2022 to 2026, and our first ever voluntary national review, our government's policies are very much aligned with the overall sustainability and climate-smart trade and digital policy options articulated in the theme study. We are doing our part, so I urge developing partners and the international community to come and join forces in our journey. Like other developing countries, least developed countries and small island developing states, Tuvalu needs predictable and adequate climate finance to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. Pacific small island developing states face the largest economic losses due to the frequent occurrence of natural and biological assets. The theme study recommends the creation of a regional fund to defray the cost of member states in preparing low-carbon transition projects and encourage the adoption of green technologies, including preparing policies to decarbonize the transport sector. This recommendation resonates very strongly with Tuvalu. We have been advocating for many years on the need to scale up financing as we confront limited fiscal space and growing debt vulnerabilities. In this regard, we step up our call for enhanced transparency of financial flows and facilitating access to developing countries, least developed countries and small island developing states. Let's now work together to turn commitments into action. Looking ahead, ESCAP's proposed regional platform is essential to support climate-related action. Aligned to this, I'm pleased to see our progress in the development of the Pacific Regional Framework for Climate Mobility, a unique initiative of the UN, Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, and other regional partners together with Pacific nations. We know well that climate action requires inclusive multilateralism and regional cooperation in synergy with the 2030 Agenda, Samoa Pathway, and the Paris Agreement's commitments. Finally, I count on the leadership and support of the ESCAP membership in accelerating climate action in the Pacific and beyond. We need to uphold the principles of regional cooperation and solidarity to achieve net zero and keep global warming within 1.5 degrees Celsius. I thank you. Tuvalu Modetu.
I would like to thank all heads of state and government for their very inspiring words and recommendations on priority areas for strengthening regional cooperation to accelerate climate action. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, addressing climate change requires a whole-of-society approach, and governments alone will not be able to address the issue. We need all parts of society and all stakeholders to join forces. In this regard, we will now hear from a number of keynote speakers who will bring the perspective of academia, the private sector, civil society, and the youth. First, I'm pleased to invite Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Director of the Center for Sustainable Development, Columbia University, to address the Commission. Professor Sachs, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, thank you so much for the great honor to be with you, and I'm very deeply moved and impressed by the wise words that we have heard from the Asia-Pacific leaders. We are in an emergency, and politics needs to be done differently. In fact, I think that there are 4 dimensions of politics that urgently need to change. Let me review those quickly with you. First, planning. More than ever, we need long-term and integrated planning to solve the climate crisis in the context of sustainable development. Requires a planning horizon of at least a quarter century to make the transformations needed and to understand the risks that lie ahead. And this planning should be integrated. Climate is an essential core issue of our survival, but it must be addressed in the context of overall sustainable development. And that means that planning needs to integrate education, health, energy transformation, sustainable oceans, urban sustainability, digital inclusion, and other core areas of sustainable development. So integrated and long-term planning, which is not easy, and in some countries, such as my own, the United States, is not even done, it's not even tried, is essential for the politics of our time. The second area, and ESCAP is vital for this, is regional cooperation. No country can address these issues on its own. No solution is within national boundaries alone, whether it is a zero carbon energy system or sustainable oceans or managing river systems and biomes. These are inherently regional challenges. That means the region cannot be divided geopolitically by conflict because neighbors need to cooperate. You can't have one country on one side of the divide and the other country on the other because those two need to interconnect to manage common ecosystems, to share and transmit low carbon energy across national boundaries, to make it feasible financially and in terms of resource base to achieve net zero. The third crucial area is finance. Finance does not work right now for the developing countries. The global financial architecture is rigged for the United States and a few other countries. They get finance at low interest rates and long term, and everybody else pays high interest rates on short-term loans, is highly vulnerable to interruptions of financing and to debt crises and to end up in the IMF emergency room. And this is unacceptable. The system cannot be rigged for the US dollar and the euro perhaps and a few other currencies and make it impossible for the rest of the world to get low-cost finance. And finance needs to be based on need, not on some arbitrary formula. You're in this category, you don't get good finance. Finance needs to be based on multidimensional vulnerabilities. I've been proud to work on the multidimensional vulnerability index. It is the right approach. It's essential, of course, for the Pacific Island states, but it's a general principle that finance needs to address needs at scale, not faking it. And when a country goes to the IMF and the IMF says, sorry, finance minister, you don't have the money, that's not an answer. It is the job of the IMF to enable the member state to get the financing needed to achieve the SDGs. It's the IMF's role not to say you need austerity, but here is how you can finance the Sustainable Development Goals and the climate agenda. So we need to change the global financial architecture. We're going to have 4 bites at that in the coming months, and this year cannot go by without results. There will be the Paris Climate Summit in June. There will be the midterm review of the SDGs at UN headquarters in September. There will be the G20 in Delhi in September. There will be COP28 in the UAE at the end of November and early December. 4 times to get financing right. That is the theme this year. That's also why UN Secretary General Guterres has called for an SDG stimulus now, so that countries don't wallow in post-COVID poverty and inability to address these urgencies. The fourth point that I would like to underscore, perhaps above all else, is that geopolitics is completely wrong. We need the United States and China to be cooperating. We need to say to the big countries, stop the conflicts, stop the bickering, cooperate. This is not us versus them. This is not alliance politics. This is not our side versus the other side. This is not new military alliances. This is not new arms races. For heaven's sake, this is our common planet at stake right now. Last week, new data came out that the world has spent $2.2 trillion on the military last year, dwarfing what we're spending on the global emergency. My country, the United States, was 40% of the military budget. The United States has wasted $7 trillion on wars. Let me say it again, $7 trillion on wars since the beginning of this century, and complete waste without any results. And then the US is in a debt crisis. Is it any surprise? If we are directed towards war, we will not save the planet. And so this is where we need a new geopolitics of cooperation. And all countries must say, don't make us choose sides. There is no side except one, the side of humanity. So let us please have the politics that works for our reality on this planet. One planet in common vulnerability. Thank you to ESCAP so much for your leadership. It is exactly the basis of regional cooperation that can enable all of the countries of the region and all of the countries of the world to succeed. And thank you for the honor of letting me be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite Dr. George Lam, Chair of the ESCAP Sustainable Business Council and President of the Hong Kong ASEAN Economic Cooperation Foundation, to address the Commission.
Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. As the chair for the ESCAP Sustainable Business Network, ESBN, I'm honored to attend and speak at the 79th Commission sessions. ESBN represents businesses of the Asia-Pacific region committed to green transformation and development that is sustainable, creating infrastructure, technology, logistics, goods and services, and financing to improve people's lives and to create a more sustainable and inclusive future for all. Being the world's leading economic driver, the Asia-Pacific region's immediate challenge is to accelerate climate action in the region for sustainable development and to strengthen regional cooperation on dealing with climate change through policy cooperation, dialogue, and technical cooperation, and particularly environmental, social, and governance ESG investing. To this end, the private sector must, having enhanced both capital and technology resources, take a leading role in quickly and decisively investing much more ESG funds in smarter, greener solutions necessary for accomplishing the race to net zero. We at ESBN share the global consensus view that the world must move into emergency mode to seriously and fully address the urgent challenge of climate change, and we urge governments to quickly and decisively create clear and predictable, low carbon and climate resilient and ESG-friendly policy frameworks that foster green transformation and innovation to net zero carbon emissions. We are dedicated to working in multi-stakeholder partnership among businesses, governments, and communities to enable green transformation to a more sustainable and inclusive economy. We will continue to promote and facilitate the alignment of businesses' strategies with ESG principles. And we are systematically making more efforts in mobilizing the private sector, including conglomerates, multinational corporations, publicly listed companies, stock exchanges, institutional investors, banks, and family offices, towards enabling more ESG investment. We carry this out through launching our own version of a Green Deal for the Asia-Pacific region, with businesses proactively working together and hand in hand with governments and communities to develop new business models that create new and sustainable employment and better outcomes for the environment and society. In 2023, we are starting the implementation of an Asia-Pacific Green Deal for business, and we are urging and mobilizing all Asia-Pacific businesses to support the Green Deal by taking specific actions without delays in the following 5 areas, constituting the 5 pillars of the green transformation of our region. The first pillar, green energy, which is focused on advancing a zero carbon, affordable, and resilient energy system. Second pillar, green infrastructure, is focused on building smart, low carbon, water secure, and climate resilient cities, buildings, transport systems, logistics, and other infrastructure designed for walkability and low carbon mobility. The third pillar, green finance, is about mobilizing public and private investment for green transformation in energy, infrastructure, transport, and logistics, and other sustainable innovation for the new economy. The fourth pillar, green innovation, is about accelerating and scaling up new technologies and applications to improve efficiency, lower costs, and reduce environmental impact from the way we live, work, trade, and conduct business. The fifth pillar, green production, consumption, and waste management, is focused on changing towards a more circular economy with new business and employment opportunities to minimize environmental impacts and dependencies. Businesses that sign up for the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business share and demonstrate their conviction that businesses must proactively take a leading role in the green transformation of our region for the good of the world. In the Asia-Pacific region, we are committed to balancing our development aspiration with our responsibility to protect the Earth. The Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business is all about strengthening regional cooperation and harnessing ESG investing and transformational opportunities for a new green economy. We urge businesses to join hands with ESBN in implementing the Asia-Pacific Green Deal for Business to accelerate climate action for sustainable development and to accomplish the race to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now pleased to invite Ms. Sunita Narayan, Director General of the Center for Science and Environment, India, and editor of Down to Earth, to address the Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Your Excellencies. I'm delighted to be here. I have also heard the very wise words of all the leaders of this region, and I'm very proud to be part of this region because what I heard from our leaders is 3 things absolutely clearly. On one hand, accepting the urgency of climate change. We can see climate change happening in our world. We do not need to be told about climate change anymore. We see it in the uncertain and variable rainfall, in the extremes of our weather, which are impacting the poorest of our people. It's a double whammy for all the leaders in this region who see their people suffer, not just because of the aftermath of COVID, but today because of the impacts of climate change. So very clear statement from each one of our leaders saying, this is urgent, it is an existential threat. The other issue that our leaders have so clearly highlighted, which I think is so important for the future of action in our region and the world, is the question of climate justice. The fact is, climate justice is not a moral issue. It is not about just the ethics that the world needs to follow. It is about the practicality of action that needs to be done at the scale of transformation. We know today that 70% of the world population, including large parts of the Asia-Pacific region and the island states, have not contributed to the stock of greenhouse gases that are in the atmosphere. We also know that by 2030, at the current rate of emissions, the world would have run out of the carbon budget, which means that to stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade, we actually have no space anymore to emit further. Now, what happens to our region where large numbers of people still do not have access to development, do not have access to basic energy, do not have access to the kind of well-being that is needed to make sure that we can meet the aspirations of our people and yet live within the planetary boundaries. Now, this is where the issue of equity becomes so important. The issue of climate justice becomes so important because we need to go back to that rule-based framework of climate action, which would have made sure that countries which have contributed to the greenhouse gas emissions would have to reduce, and countries which need to develop would develop further, but would develop differently. And this is where Professor Sachs' very strong and very clear words on the issue of finance need to come together. The finance that we are seeking today is not charity. It is about ensuring that finance is available for the transformation that we need in our world to keep the world safe. And he's absolutely clear and he's absolutely right when he says that this finance has to be of the quantity of the unconditional support that the world has to give. And it has to be concessional. Today, there is a momentum in the world, and I think we need to recognize that. And Professor Sachs has so clearly told us this, that there is a momentum in the world where the need for finance, but concessional finance, is on the table. This has not happened till now. Till now, we have talked about climate finance, and it's been drips and drabs, and nobody knows how to count climate finance. But for the first time, there is an understanding that you cannot talk about transformation that we need in the world without talking about the need for finance, which is also linked to debt relief. Our calculations show us so clearly today that countries are paying more money in interest than they are getting in the name of climate finance. And this has to be corrected. And this has to be corrected not just because it is the right thing to do, but it is the only thing to do if we are looking at the transformation that is needed in large parts of the world which do not have the right today to energy, to development. They need to grow, but when they grow, they will add to the jeopardy, the common jeopardy of the entire world when it comes to adding more emissions in the atmosphere. The third thing that I would like to highlight that our leaders have spoken about is the issue of doing things differently. What is important, I think, from our region is that every one of our leaders recognizes that we need to develop, but we need to develop differently. Nobody today is asking for bad development. We are asking for pathways of development which get us growth, but get us growth in a different way. And I think this is where ESCAP plays a very important role, because the regional, we need to have regional forums which can bring the practice of these different growth models to countries. We are still struggling because we have to understand that the growth model that has been practiced in the developed world till now is inappropriate for us. It comes at a huge cost to the environment. It is also intrinsically inequitable. It divides between the rich and the poor in countries. We need to do things differently, and we can and we will do things differently. And to me, the role of ESCAP is to share the learning, the understanding of those pathways. How do we do an energy future for our people so that we have access to clean energy, but we have access also to affordable energy, which is in the homes of every poor woman today who has to cook using dirty fuel? How do we do things differently in our cities so that we can have houses for all, but they are built in a way that our energy demand comes down and we do not have to first pollute and then clean up? How do we do resilient agriculture, which is good for livelihoods, which is good for nutrition, which is good for nature? These are the challenges that we will have to invent for ourselves. We do not have role models in the rest of the world. And the role of ESCAP is to build, in my view, the wonderful work that you're doing is to take these good examples further, build on conversations happening in the region so that we can practice by learning from each other. Because we need to learn, we need to practice, and we need to do that at scale. That's really the challenge of the future. But thank you so much for asking me to be part of this conversation. I'm honored to be able to share some words with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. In recent years, there has been a growing movement of young people across the globe and in the Asia-Pacific region calling for action on the climate agenda. Young people's meaningful involvement is vital for advancing climate action. It is my pleasure, therefore, to invite two youth representatives, Mr. Kim Allen, Chairperson of the Commonwealth Youth Council, and Ms. Prim Rajashwarang Wong Krasai Mongol, Youth Representative of the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum on Sustainable Development, to address the Commission and to share the recommendations of young people across the region gathered by the Youth Empowerment in Climate Action platform.
Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we are honored and delighted to take part in the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific 79th session of the Commission to represent youth voices from the region. Asia and the Pacific is home to almost 2/3 of humanity, with the highest number of children and youth in the world, constituting approximately 60% of the world's youth population. The ESCAP theme shows the need for greater ambition for climate action in Asia and the Pacific. Countries in the region are confronted by the worst consequences of climate change, with the region being declared as the most vulnerable to the climate crisis. Of the 10 countries most affected by climate-induced disasters, 6 are in the region. Together with other vulnerable groups, young people across the region are disproportionately affected by climate change impacts. Rising sea levels threaten to submerge our land, including this very city where we stand today. Changing weather patterns affect food sovereignty, and frequent floods and disasters affect the most vulnerable communities, undermining hard-won gains in sustainable development and our collective future. Meanwhile, the region produced over half of the global greenhouse gas emissions in 2020, emissions that will continue rising. As young people, we have grown up with the climate crisis. This is the stark reality that we face at every turn. We no longer wish to hold on to feelings of helplessness and hopelessness. So, we stand before you today, representing the young people of our region, whose survival and future is at stake. We are dedicated and committed to climate action. We recognize the power and strength that young people have as collective, the thought leadership we personify, our ingenuity, our drive, our courage, and conviction that we can steer us towards a better future. Similarly to our allies, in the room, we recognize the capacity and strength that you all bear. Together, we all share this responsibility to mitigate and adapt to the climate change crisis to protect our beautiful planet. Every single one of us is bound to live with the consequences of decisions made at this session, because climate crisis is not just a problem for tomorrow, but is happening right now. Thank you, Excellencies.
Thank you, Kim, for a great remark. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, youth advocate, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to thank the UN ESCAP and ECAP for giving youth the opportunity to speak. My name is Prim Rajasarang Wongkosamokon. I am representing thousands of youth, women, indigenous people, persons with disability from APFSD Youth Forum and ECAP consultations and survey. Climate change is exacerbating poverty and disproportionately burdening vulnerable groups, leading to economic losses. And if we improve the climate, we will improve all the SDG progress and improve the lives of people economically and socially. Now is the time for transformation to a net zero carbon future, to close the emission gap and to transition away from fossil fuel to renewable energies. Youth are the clean and green power. We will accelerate innovation by developing technology, and please support climate-smart investment and address the data gap for better monitoring. Youth are here to help, and in partnership with all of you, we take climate action. We call for commitment, improving energy efficiency with innovation and partnership to accelerate energy transition and keep the 1.5-degree goal alive. We need multilateral climate action and raise awareness, scale up funding with a priority on disadvantaged countries, build low-carbon industries, revolutionize with fresh ideas from youth, and we have an integrated multimodal suite of solutions. Electrification and hydrogen-based production of all transportation now, increase public transport, and wisely manage natural resources, improve water efficiency, and will achieve equity for all. We need green buildings. We want smart cities, climate risk analysis and planning policy to save our world, to save our home. These solutions are feasible, viable, and possible. We can do it together. Globally, women are more likely to be affected by climate change and have less socioeconomic power than men. We want transformative regulatory framework, policy, and investment to ensure sustainable climate change mitigation and adaptation. Let's create opportunity, empower youth, peer learning, and build capacity for the future we want. Modernize and integrate system to change behavior. We, the youth, are the agent of change. We are creating impact, influencing, taking action everywhere in the world, in every way we can. We can think globally and act locally. We urge you to prioritize climate action and include youth in decision-making and NDC processes. Climate change is not a word. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it. We say the sky is blue, but during the PM 2.5 crisis, we can see the sky is white and gray. Do you feel the heat? The rate of heat-related death increases. You can see the deadly earthquake is more frequent. We share the same breath. Climate change is making seasonal allergy worse. Can your nose handle it? Climate change is bloody. How about the animals? There's nowhere left to go. Asia Pacific is home to billions of life, home to nature, animals, and biodiversity. And if they die, we will not survive. Climate change is not a fight for power. It's a fight for survival. And together, we will conquer. Thank you.
Thank you all for those very inspiring remarks. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to thank the leaders for their special messages and the keynote speakers for their interventions. We have now concluded the deliberations for this agenda item, and I now turn to statements in exercise of the right of reply, given the exercise of the right of reply has been requested. In this connection, I would like to remind all delegations that statements in the exercise of the right of the reply are limited to 3 minutes for the first intervention and to 2 minutes for the second intervention. I now give the floor to the representative of the People's Republic of China.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, since I take the floor, I would like to, on behalf of the Chinese delegation, to congratulate you and the other 7 distinguished delegates on your elections as the chair and the vice chairs of this important 79th session of the ESCAP, and I wish the session a success. Madam Chair, this morning, one distinguished delegate mentioned the Taiwan province of China. On behalf of the Chinese delegation, I exercise my right of reply, reiterating China's position on the One China principle. There is only one China in the world, and Taiwan is the inalienable part of China. The People's Republic of China is the sole legitimate government representing China. This is an objective fact and a basic norm governing international relations. With the adoption of the Resolution 2758 by the UN General Assembly in 1971, the People's Republic of China has fully restored its lawful seats at the UN. This has solved once and for all the issue of the China's representation in the UN in political, legal, and procedural terms. And we urge members and the UN platform and systems to continue to abide by the One China principle and the UNGA Resolution 2758. I thank you, Madam Chair.
At this time, we shall break and reconvene this afternoon at 14:30 hours Bangkok time sharp to pursue the discussions under agenda item 2A. Just before we break, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't wish to keep delegates too long before the lunch, but just a few housekeeping announcements. First of all, I'm very pleased to inform all delegates that the Secretariat has taken several steps to lower the carbon footprint of the 79th Commission session. All unavoidable greenhouse gas emissions associated with this event will be offset by the Secretariat to ensure the carbon neutrality of the event. This is in line with the targets of the United Nations Secretariat Climate Action Plan 2020-2030 and ESCAP's own environmental management system. In this connection, we invite all participants to take a short carbon footprint questionnaire to help the Secretariat gather accurate carbon data. You can see the QR code on the screen up there. Secretariat staff will be going around and approaching participants to take the survey, which takes a couple of minutes to fill in. Thank you in advance for your cooperation and support on this important matter. Delegations are also reminded that this session the Commission will be electing the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for the Transfer of Technology, APCTT. And as stipulated in the center, in addition to the host country, India, the Commission will elect no less than 8 additional members of the Governing Council. The nominations that have been received are the following: Bangladesh, China, Islamic Republic of Iran, Pakistan, Philippines, Republic of Korea, Russian Federation, Tajikistan, Thailand, and Uzbekistan. Candidates were invited to issue statements indicating their aims, vision, and commitments as members of the Governing Council should they be elected. The statements have been circulated to all member states and are also available on the website. The elections will take place tomorrow morning from 11 to 13 hours in Conference Room 1. In accordance with the rules of procedure of the Commission, elections will be conducted by secret ballot. Ballot papers will be provided in the election room. All members in attendance are kindly requested to cast their vote, and a reminder to all nominees to remember to vote for yourself. I'm pleased to announce that this year a record number of side events are being hosted by our member states and partner organizations. The side events for today are shown on the screen and are listed on the Commission website. These side events are open to all participants of the Commission, and most of them are in hybrid format, so participants can also join online. Details of the events are available on the Commission website. I would also like to inform all participants that in addition to regular catering services available at the International Cafeteria and Coffee Corner on level 1, the Deutung Festival is especially brought
in for the Commission session, where delicious and authentic Northern Thai food and products made by Northern tribes and communities are on offer. So please do visit those local vendors and enjoy the Thai culture in the garden area on the floor. I'm also pleased to remind everyone that the Executive Secretary and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand are hosting a reception for all participants at the Commission after the conclusion of the afternoon session at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Transportation has been arranged for participants between the Nguyen Conference Center and the Ministry, and the buses are scheduled to leave at 17:15 hours from the exit near the flagpole area. And right after the conclusion, we will have the inauguration of the Sustainability and Innovation Corner and the opening of the Climate Solutions Fair on level 1. The fair comprises many booths from countries and stakeholders, all showcasing various solutions to address climate change. And participants are invited for the opening of the fair and encouraged to visit it throughout the week. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretariat. The meeting is adjourned. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. We shall now take up agenda item 2 on the theme of the 79th session, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. The document pertaining to this agenda item is ESCAP/79/2, which contains the summary of the theme study on accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. The Commission's consideration of this agenda item will begin with the introduction of the theme study for this 79th session, followed by country statements. May I invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Sausia Alisabana, to introduce the theme study, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, nowhere is the global climate emergency more immediate than in Asia and the Pacific. Climate-induced disasters sweep across our region with ever-increasing force and frequency. Lives are lost, communities displaced, and people's health damaged. As livelihoods, infrastructure, and services are disrupted, the most vulnerable are left exposed, and the economic costs are staggering. Our region is responsible for more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions, with economies powered largely by fossil fuels. Climate change puts our region's sustainable development in jeopardy. If the urgency is clear, the context is challenging. The COVID-19 pandemic was heartfelt, and as governments work to consolidate a recovery, the fuel, food, and financial crisis added complexity to the task. Yet, the existential threat posed by climate change means we must step up climate action in Asia and the Pacific now. There are three key sectors based on ESCAP analysis where action can play a critical role in reducing regional greenhouse gas emissions: energy, transport, and the industrial sector. About 85% of the region's energy comes from fossil fuels. Thus, we need rapid and complete transformation of our energy sector. This requires the restructuring of national energy systems, new technical capacities, investment in supply and grid infrastructure to make renewable energy more affordable and accessible. Leapfrogging in the use of renewables needs countries to work together on transborder green power connections. During this transition period, we must meet growing energy demands with double and triple energy efficiency. The transport sector accounts for over a quarter of total greenhouse gas emission in the Asia-Pacific region. However, ironically, we face the highest level of motorization in the coming decades in the world. This will lead to a rapid increase in CO2 emissions if we do not strongly push for low-carbon transport solution. To make the transport sector support net zero goals, CO2 emissions need to drop by at least 3% annually. This requires shifting to electrification, underpinned by renewable energy, changing transport modes towards public transport, and improving vehicle and fuel efficiency. In this regard, low-carbon transport should be a key element of the nationally determined contributions to guide cross-sectoral coordination. Regional cooperation could support such efforts by facilitating exchanges of best practices and technical collaborations. Our region accounts for nearly 3/4 of global greenhouse gas emission in manufacturing and construction, reflecting its central role in global value chains. Eliminating fossil fuel subsidies and establishing carbon pricing mechanism are key to internalizing the cost of greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, climate considerations should be integrated into regional trade agreements. This can incorporate precise, replicable, and enforceable environment and climate-related provisions to ensure trade is climate smart. Foreign direct investment in climate mitigation and adaptation can be a key means of narrowing gaps in climate financing, but have been unevenly distributed in the region. Regional cooperation should be strengthened to enhance the capacity of developing countries in attracting investment in developing low-carbon industries. Making bold progress in these sectors requires ambitious financing plans. Climate finance falls significantly short of what developing countries need. The flow of international public sources has increased in recent years, but does not meet the committed scale. The issuance of green, social, and sustainability bonds is rapidly growing, reaching $210 billion in 2021, but was dominated by developed and only a few developing countries. Scaling up climate finance requires transforming climate finance policies and making national policies coherent across sectors to support environmental standards, incentivize the energy transition, and encourage the adoption of green technology. National public and private finance also need reasons to support the research and development of new green technologies and de-risk their uptake. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the case for urgent climate action is overwhelming. Together, we can win the race to net zero. If we can achieve this monumental task, then we will have secured a brighter future for Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. Before we move on to country deliberations on the theme topic, may I call upon the Secretary of the Commission to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please allow me to provide some information regarding the conduct of the session for delegations attending online and about Zoom, the e-conferencing platform that we're using today. We also welcome participants joining us via YouTube. We had a test run last week, and I hope most of you were able to attend. We also sent to all delegates a user guide on how to use Zoom. To select the preferred language, the interpretation icon with drop-down menu is available on the lower right of your screen. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click the raise hand button. Your virtual hand will appear on your name. When the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click unmute and start video and deliver your intervention. Your video will be spotlighted on the screen. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click mute microphone and stop video. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly click the chat icon available on the lower middle of your screen and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretary will be monitoring the messages in Zoom. However, the Secretary kindly requests that all substantive questions or interventions be raised through your delegation by using the raise hand button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please ensure that the language you select to listen is the same language that you select to speak while taking the floor. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the Secretariat. I will now open the floor for country statements. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure we can hear all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Based on the requests received, the Secretariat has prepared a tentative list of speakers. In order to maintain order and for delegations to be ready to take the floor, when I call on the speaker, I would also announce the 2 delegations next in line. Delegations in the room called upon to speak would speak from the podium, while delegations online would need to click the raise hand button on Zoom. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker is the Honorable Seve Painiu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, to be followed by the representative from Fiji and then followed by the representative from Bhutan. Okay. Okay. The representative from Fiji is not in the room right now, so we will start with the country statement from His Excellency, Mr. Tendi Doji, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan.
Her Excellency, the UN Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzombo and warm greetings of His Majesty the King, Her Majesty the Queen, and the people of Bhutan. I'm honored to be participating in the 79th session of ESCAP. This is an opportune moment for the region to reflect on the progress, share experiences and lessons, and pave the way forward, especially as this year marks the midpoint of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals and 7 years since the world came together to sign the Paris Agreement. Bhutan, with its fragile mountainous ecosystems and reliance on climate-dependent sectors such as hydropower and agriculture, is highly susceptible to the consequences of climate change. Despite our vulnerabilities, under the guidance of our visionary leaders, Bhutan has set a strong example in conservation and its low-emission development policy for climate change and sustainable development goals. Excellencies, we note with concern ESCAP's report in November 2022, which underlined that the economic growth of Asia and the Pacific region has been based on unsustainable models of development, leading to the region accounting for more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions. In order to achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, it is imperative for all economies to ensure net zero emissions and become carbon neutral by mid-century. Assessments show that the nationally determined contributions submitted to date are not adequate in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. Therefore, there is an urgent need to raise our ambitions in phasing out fossil fuels and accelerate uptake of cleaner sources of energy. This is a race against time, and the global community must scale up our climate ambitions to save the planet from catastrophic impacts of climate change. We call upon all international partners to live up to the US $100 billion climate finance commitment, scale up support through technology transfer, capacity building, and increased funding for adaptation to enable countries and LDCs in particular to mainstream climate adaptation and disaster risk reduction into the national plans and priorities. The funding mechanism for loss and damage implementation should be expedited. On our part, Bhutan will continue to promote a green and sustainable economy, keep our commitment to be carbon neutral, guided by the holistic development philosophy of gross national happiness. We thank our many partners for the support till now, and our graduation is a reflection of this successful cooperation. I wish the 79th session of ESCAP all the success. Thank you, and Tashidile.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bhutan, for your statement. And I would now like to invite the Honorable Sakiusa Tubuna, Assistant Minister of Office of the Prime Minister from the Republic of Fiji, to be followed by the representative from Tuvalu and the representative from the Marshall Islands. Your Excellency, Mr. Sakiusa Tubuna, you have the floor.
The Chair of the 79th Commission Session, Honorable Fekita Tekamanu, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister of Tourism of Tonga. Madam Chair, at the outset, I wish to congratulate you on your selection as the Chair of the 79th Commission Session, and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the theme. Excellencies, on 15 November 2022, the world's population surpassed 8 billion people. The Asia-Pacific region comprises 60% of this population, and its demographic diversity comprises the most populous and the least populous countries in the world. Along with the challenges of exponential population growth, our countries struggle to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. The economic impact of lockdowns, closure of borders, halt in business, and the geopolitical aggression has driven up global inflation, created food and energy shortages. Such times call for wisdom and visionary leadership and stewardship of our collective resources. For us in the Blue Pacific, climate change remains the single greatest threat to the livelihoods, security, and well-being of our people and ecosystem. It is a threat to our culture, history, and identity as people. We are in urgent need of better solutions and mitigations for recurring and intensive natural disasters, which have displaced peoples and communities, exposed socioeconomic vulnerabilities, and exacerbated poverty. Keeping the 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach is the ultimate achievement. However, it calls for radical and immediate change through rapid, deep, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Excellencies, the theme of this 79th Commission session is apt in calling for accelerating the climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Climate change is the most significant challenge to achieving long-term sustainable development. This is the reality for us here today. We are very concerned that while the Asia-Pacific region remains the biggest contributors to GHG emissions in the atmosphere since 2020, the trajectory is not declining, hence exposing our island states to escalating threats of destructions, loss of biodiversity and livelihoods, and damaged infrastructures in the months ahead. This is the reality of the threats and risks we are facing every day in the Pacific. Our Pacific leaders have adopted the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent in our concerted efforts and determination to address current and future issues affecting our sub-region, the most pressing of which is climate change. Despite our best efforts, increasing levels of greenhouse emissions continues to directly hit us, yet we are the least contributors to it. The Asia-Pacific region records a high usage of fossil fuel as primary energy supply. Today, I ask of us is what else? What else can we do? What else we can do better together to address the global climate crisis? Our overarching strategies must tailor development models for small island states. We cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach. Use of fossil fuels must cease. A long-term strategy must be in place, and the most effective long-term strategy is mitigation. The region has to abide by its legal commitments in the Paris Agreement. Emission gaps in key sectors must be addressed through increased efforts to transition away from the fossil fuels to innovative, renewable source of energy. National energy systems, new technical capacities, and significant investments in supply and infrastructure developments are required to improve energy efficiency. A low-carbon future will have development benefits to all of us. Even with the minimal emissions, Fiji is committed to its national determined contribution, NDCs, re-emphasizing reduction of 30% by year 2030 in the energy and transport sector. Our NDC investment plan prioritizes these targets for implementation. We are undertaking proactive and innovative climate adaptation measures, including state-led relocation. To date, we have facilitated the reallocation of 6 communities since 2011. There are 40 other communities requesting to be relocated due to the sea level rise, coastal inundation, coastal erosion loss, loss of livelihood, and damages to infrastructure and assets. Excellencies, the urgency and the complexity of climate crisis demands actions of extraordinary depth and scale. We must forge deeper commitments, cooperation to keep global warming to under 1.5 degrees Celsius. There is no plan B for us. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sakiusa Tubuna, Assistant Minister, Office of the Prime Minister of Fiji, for your statement. We shall now move to the statement to be made by His Excellency Mr. Christopher Leek, Minister in Assistance, and to the President and Environment of the Marshall Islands.
Excellencies, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Yoga and greetings from the people and government of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. It is an honor to virtually come before you to express the views and hopes of my people. Friends, our world is at a crossroads, facing the greatest crisis of our time, climate change. For us, it is a crisis that presents severe risk to our ability to sustainably develop and remain living on our islands, and adapting to it is a matter of survival for our nation, our people, and our 3,000-year-old culture. The recent IPCC synthesis report underscores that the pace of sea level rise is escalating. We already feel these impacts acutely with floods that damage our homes, roads, and runways. Waves eat away at our shorelines, and as we lose land, we also lose laws connected to that land that have been passed down for generations. Despite climate change being a calamity that knows no border, it also presents an opportunity for the global community to work together to change its course and build a planet that is more just, equitable, and secure. Major emitters must deliver greenhouse gas reductions that keep us within the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature limit. We must eliminate fossil fuels and shift our economies to renewables, and this transformation must happen this decade. We must phase out fossil fuels. The threat is too profound for any country to delay this transition. The Marshall Islands is charting a nationwide journey to survival through the development of our National Adaptation Plan, NAP. The NAP will include coastal protection solutions, but we know that given the scale of the threat, we will also require more transformational options like land raising and reclamation. While we are exploring adaptation pathways, which potentially include migration, I want to reiterate that this must be a choice. Those who wish to remain on our land, which is so intrinsically connected to our culture, must be given that choice. We will defend our right to self-determination. Our adaptation efforts will require profound transformation. The scale and cost of this are astounding, and as emissions continue to rise, the more extreme adaptation measures are required, and the cost escalate. Small nations like mine and others in the Pacific cannot do this alone. We need everyone, everywhere, doing all that they can. Climate finance is the key enabler for solution in this global crisis. The news that development countries expect to reach the $100 billion commitment this year is welcome. I hope we will see similar progress on the commitment to double adaptation finance. Let us be innovative and consider the ideas emerging from the part of the world that are most affected by the impacts of climate change and continue to face developmental challenges. For example, the Marshall Islands has worked with the Solomon Islands to develop a proposal for a levy on greenhouse gases in the shipping sector, rising from $100 ton, of which a portion would go toward an equitable transition of the shipping industry and a portion to vulnerable countries to help them respond to climate impacts. We call on all countries in the region and globally to join this call and help us get this done. ESCAP has acknowledged that climate actions must be scaled up and integrated across sectors. We call on you to work further with us in the Pacific to deliver targeted research, technical assistance, and capacity building. I know you will respond positively to continue to support our region as we confront these unprecedented challenges. And I want to assure you of our continued commitment to do so. We don't plan to keep up. We will not accept a fate that others see as inevitable and hopeless. Our people have a proud history of navigation, and I have no doubt that we will chart a course to a more resilient and sustainable future. In closing, the government of the Marshall Islands remains committed to supporting ESCAP and all its many important endeavors. I believe that with all our combined efforts and support, this climate crisis we face can be averted. Komol Dada, thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Christopher Locke, Minister in Assistance to the President and Environment of the Republic of the Marshall Islands. And I now would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Foxy K. Kamfit-Huni, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Lao PDR, to be followed by the distinguished representative from Vietnam and the distinguished representative from Japan. Your Excellency, Mr. Foxy K. Kamfit-Huni, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lao PDR, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this 79th UN ESCAP session is opening in a context marked by turmoil of various kinds. Currently, our civilization is under the threat of the triple planetary crisis, in particular the cross-cutting impact brought about by climate change, which have undermined the progress made for the SDGs. The Laopedia attaches great importance to combating and mitigating the impact of climate change in close cooperation with all relevant stakeholders. Therefore, we have developed various policy and strategy, including the National Green Growth Strategy till 2030, the National Climate Change Strategy toward 2030, the National Climate Change Strategy toward 2030, the updated National Determined Contribution 21-25, the Resilient Framework 2022-2025, and financing strategy in support of the 9th National Socio-Economic Development Plan 2021-2025. Particularly, the Laopedia made a commitment to the zero net greenhouse gas emission by 2050 during the Climate Ambition Summit in 2020, and later announced during the COP26 the national target of 2030 to reduce the greenhouse gas emission by 60% and to increase forest cover to 70% of total land area, and to promote the use of renewable and clean energy through a 30% share of electric vehicle and 10% biofuel. My delegation is of the view that international community must redouble its collective effort and urgently tackle this crisis through the development and implementation of our climate action, which are in accordance with the Paris Agreement and climate-related SDGs, and importantly, our national determined contribution. At the national level, the Laopedia is working closely with other ASEAN members to implement the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Energy Response, and the One ASEAN, One Response Declaration on the relevant ASEAN mechanism in line with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. At the sub-region level, on 7 April 2023, the three Prime Ministers of Laopedia, the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, and the Kingdom of Thailand convened a trilateral virtual consultation to discuss and exchange views and addressing on problem of transboundary haze pollution that pose serious impact to health and livelihood of the people of many parts of the three countries. As LDC and LLDC, the Laopedia still need further support and cooperation from the international community and in terms of the financial and technical support to achieve our national development project, the SDGs and commitment under the Paris Agreement. Madam Chair, let me conclude by reaffirming Laopedia's commitment to continue work with the UN ESCAP and all member states to uphold multilateral cooperation and partnership, and to accelerate climate change, climate action for the sustainable future of our ASEAN Pacific region. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Foxy McKay Kampit-Hune, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Lao PDR, for your statement. And I now would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Do Hung Viet, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam, to be followed by the representative from Japan and Indonesia, and then Indonesia. Your Excellency, Mr. Do Hoang Viet, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Vietnam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, our world today is full of paradoxes. The drivers of global growth and prosperity are also the source of the challenge of our time. Developing countries, small island developing states, are bearing the brunt of climate change. Yet, those who contributed the most to climate change are nowhere near meeting their commitments. At a time when international cooperation is needed the most, the world is becoming increasingly divisive, driven by major power rivalries. And at a time when resources for SDG implementation are dwindling, global military spending increased for the 8th consecutive year, reaching a record high of over $2.4 trillion. Our world today is also faced with a barrage of challenges: diseases, instability, conflicts, food and water insecurity, natural disasters, biodiversity loss, and pollution, to name a few. Climate change, extreme weather events, and sea level rise are threatening the sustainable development and even the survival of many Asia-Pacific countries. According to a World Bank report released last year, without proper adaptation and mitigation measures, my country, Vietnam, will lose between 12 to 14.5% of our GDP a year by 2050 due to climate change. plunging 1 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. It is therefore my belief that we must redouble our commitment and our actions to build a better future. As the most dynamic region and driver of global growth, the Asia-Pacific region should expand cooperation in trade and investment, especially climate-smart trade and investment, tourism, connectivity, green transportation, energy transition, digital transformation, and sustainable urban development. We must also strengthen international cooperation at all levels in terms of finance, technology transfer, knowledge, and practical experience sharing. Bold commitments must be made at the upcoming SDG Summit in September this year and at COP28, especially commitments from developed countries to mobilize much more resources for sustainable development and realize their financial obligations under the Paris Agreement, provide financial contribution to the Loss and Damage Fund, and double climate adaptation finance. I believe that the United Nations, and in particular the UN ESCAP, has a special role to play in advancing these commitments and coordinating regional and international actions. The UN ESCAP's work in SDG monitoring and statistical capacity improvement, amongst others, are of particular significance. Madam Chair, Vietnam is committed to a net zero emission target by 2050, but we cannot do it alone. Accordingly, last December, Vietnam and international partners established the Just Energy Transition Partnership to support Vietnam in realizing its net zero ambition. Much remains to be done, but we are moving in the right direction. Vietnam has made significant yet uneven progress in SDG implementation, and without greater efforts and further international assistance, many SDGs will not be achieved by 2030. In this connection, we look forward to continued invaluable support and cooperation from the international community, including UN ESCAP, so that we can realize our aspiration for sustainable development and our commitments at COP26. Vietnam will spare no effort in contributing to peace, stability, and prosperity for the region and the world while leaving no one behind. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Do Hung Viet, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs for Vietnam. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Akimoto Masatoshi, Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, to be followed by the representative from Indonesia and followed by the representative of Republic of Korea. Your Excellency Mr. Akimoto Masatoshi, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, allow me to express my congratulations on this 79th session of the UN ESCAP and our appreciation to those who contributed to the organization of this conference, in particular, Executive Secretary Al-Shabana. This year marks the halfway point in the effort to achieve the 2030 agenda for the SDGs. However, we are seeing significant delay in its progress as the international community is facing complex crises. In this context, it is extremely important and timely to convene this session on a theme of accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Climate change is a critical issue that the international community together should address. We have reached the stage to steadily implement the Paris Agreement in order to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees. It is essential for the international community to cooperate in order to accelerate the global net zero agenda. Japan aims to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 46% in fiscal year 2030 from 2013 levels, and continue strong effort to cut in emissions by 50% as an ambitious target in line with the net zero emission by 2050. The world is facing a great change of ensuring stable energy supply and addressing climate change. However, our goals of 2050 net zero target remains unchanged. It is crucial to overcome the current energy crisis and to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 so that we realize sustainable development and solve climate change on a global scale. Sea level rise, floods, and droughts caused by climate change, a serious and urgent threat for small island developing states. These issues are related to national security as well as human security. Bearing this in mind, Japan will steadily implement its financial commitment of providing up to 17 billion US dollars, both from the public and private sector, over the 5 years from 2021 to 2025. In addition, Japan actively supports developing countries, including small island developing states, through financing programs such as the Green Climate Fund. Japan also emphasized support related to adaptation and loss and damage. Recently, Japan also has contributed to the Adaptation Fund and the Global Shield Financing Facility. With regard to Pacific Island countries, Japan has been providing countries continuous assistance, making use of its advantage and respecting their own agendas. Our support included the construction of the Pacific Climate Change Center and provision of technical assistance and capacity building based on this center. Climate change and disaster risk reduction are indivisible. Natural disasters occur frequently. Their scale is intensifying year by year, and the importance of disaster risk reduction is also increasing. On the occasion of the G7 Climate, Energy, and Environment Ministers meeting, Japan, as the chair, compiled the existing G7 support options in the G7 inventory on climate disaster risk reduction, response, and recovery. Japan will continue actively contributing to disaster risk reduction by using its knowledge and technology developed through its own experience of natural disaster. Finally, Prime Minister Kishida recently announced Japan's new plan for a free and open Indo-Pacific that focuses on equal partnership among nations with respect for diversity and state set forth a principle of addressing challenge in an Indo-Pacific way. As one of the pillars, Japan considered ESCAP as an important field to practically realize these concepts. Global issues know no borders. The Asia-Pacific nations should take the lead to promote the model for cooperation, to accelerate global initiative. With this perspective, we determined to continue making our contribution. I thank you. Kokun Kap.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Akimoto Masatoshi, Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Schneider Clase Hasudugan, Deputy Minister for Development Financing of the Ministry of National Development, National Development Planning Agency of Indonesia, to be followed by the representative of the Republic of Korea and to be followed by the representative of Kazakhstan. Your Excellency, Mr. Schneider Clase Hasudugan, you have the floor.
Her Excellency, Madam Armida Salsia Ali Shahbana, the Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, Her Excellency, Madam Chair Pekita Ngoilwa Utoi Kamanu, Excellencies, participating leaders and ministers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing Indonesia's utmost appreciation to UNSCAP for its 79th session, with less than 7 years before the deadline of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The trajectory of SDGs delivery is behind what's expected, including targets related to climate adaptation and mitigation. The triple planetary crisis, namely the climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, have significantly hindered SDGs achievements. The alarming situation is further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic and other development challenges, particularly in developing countries, where the impacts of SDGs reversals are the most prevalent. This session will be instrumental in gathering insight and formulating climate actions to fulfill climate targets and deliver the SDGs. Indonesia would like to convey several points for this session. First, Indonesia believes in the crucial role of protecting all ecosystems, including the ocean and cryosphere, and preserving biodiversity to address climate change. One of the distinct geographical traits of Asia and the Pacific countries is our huge reliance on our water bodies. In particular, the ocean plays a central role for its function as a carbon sink in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and building resilience to climate change. However, even with these instrumental functions in addressing the triple planetary crisis, ocean-oriented goals and ocean-based actions are often overlooked in discussions on climate action. Therefore, Indonesia urges the mainstreaming of ocean-oriented goals and ocean-based actions in our climate discussions. Second, in regards to the impacts of SDGs reversals amidst the COVID-19 and other unprecedented challenges, developing countries are often not well equipped with sufficient capacities to protect vulnerable populations from emergencies and foster post-crisis recovery, while at the same time upholding their climate actions to a maximum extent. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the importance of more adaptive and responsive programs, including social protection programs. This will increase the resilience of vulnerable populations facing risk and prevent more people from falling into poverty, including those caused by disasters and climate change. Indonesia has started implementing adaptive social protection, including formulating regulations and mainstreaming the initiative in the short, medium, and long-term planning documents. Therefore, Indonesia urges more discussions on adaptive social protection development among member countries. The discussions will open opportunities for members to learn and exchange best practices on providing the best protection for vulnerable communities during emergencies and in facing climate change impact. Indonesia also calls for further discussion on climate commitments in supporting developing countries, particularly through knowledge sharing, capacity building, and innovative financing schemes, including blended finance. Third, after being rigorously discussed under the Indonesian G20 presidency, the full implementation of the 2030 agenda could only be achieved through stronger multilateral cooperation under a reinvigorated multilateralism. Indonesia therefore urges members to fully commit themselves to reinvigorated multilateralism and enhance collaborations on ocean-related climate actions. Indonesia has been working collaboratively with other members, in particular the archipelagic and island states, to escalate our collaborative effort for a more equitable, resilient, and sustainable ocean governance through archipelagic and island states forum. Finally, Indonesia urges ESCAP to intensively hold comprehensive follow-up discussions of this session in the near future. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Schneider Klausei Hasudugan, Deputy Minister for Development and Financing of Indonesia, for your statement. The next speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Hoen Jenny Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change of the Republic of Korea, to be followed by the representative from Kazakhstan and to be followed by the representative from France. Her Excellency Ms. Hoen Jenny Kim, you have the floor.
Madam Chairperson, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for taking this position. And distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, let me also extend my gratitude to all UN ESCAP staff members for organizing this important event. At this year's theme study report clearly depicts nowhere is in urgent need for enhanced climate ambition and action more evidently than in the Asia-Pacific region. Last year, countries in this region encountered climate-induced disasters, including heat waves, droughts, typhoons, floods, and wildfires on an unparalleled scale. Such extreme, unpredictable weather events and natural hazards in this region have brought about tragic loss of life. They have displaced communities, damaged people's health, and pushed millions into poverty. Over the past 60 years, temperature in the Asia and the Pacific have increased faster than the global average. The region accounted for more than half of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2020. The existential threat presented by climate change is no longer some kind of intangible future possibility. It is tangibly felt in all our daily lives. The scientific evidence clearly demonstrates that there is a call for immediate scaling up of climate action, and that this needs to be done to an unprecedented extent. IPCC's latest report has emphasized the need for urgent climate action, highlighting that actions taken in this decade will have consequences not only for the present, but also for thousands of years to come. With this sense of urgency and need for prompt action, I take this chance to reaffirm that Korea, as a global pivotal state, is firmly committed to further enhancing its national action and collaboration with the UN ESCAP and its member countries. At the national level, the Republic of Korea has set out its 2050 carbon neutrality goal and the 2030 NDC committing to cut 40% of emission by 2030, and has continued to make efforts with unwavering determination to achieve these climate goals. Last April, my government finalized the first basic plan for carbon neutrality and green growth, outlining annual reduction objectives and sector-specific targets. The Korean government will engage in full efforts to implement this plan, and we are determined to achieve our goals and to boost the transition towards a green economy. At the sub-regional level, the Republic of Korea is actively promoting sub-regional cooperation with a particular emphasis on Northeast Asia. Korea has firmly supporting the Northeast Asian sub-regional programs for environmental cooperation, which is called NASPEC, since its establishment in 1993. NASPEC has played a significant role in facilitating knowledge sharing and capacity building for developing low-carbon cities in the sub-region, with its platform launched in 2015 called Northeast Asia Low-Carbon Cities Platform as a basis. The Korean government will continue to play a valuable part in enhancing the low-carbon cities network in the sub-region. Knowledge sharing and capacity building have a big part to play in this. Against this backdrop, we have organized 2 side events with our Northeast Asian partners and the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, connecting local, national, and regional strategies to achieve carbon neutrality in Asia and the Pacific, and the launch of the Green Power Corridor Framework Project, which are to be held here at ESCAP on Tuesday, tomorrow, and Thursday, respectively. I very much hope to welcome all of you at these events. At the regional level, we have been closely working with ESCAP member states as we call for stronger inclusivity on our path towards carbon neutrality. With a view to helping the low-carbon green transition of developing countries in this region, we will increase our volume of green official development assistance beyond the OECD DAC average level by 2025. Furthermore, the Republic of Korea will host the 2023 Korea Pacific Islands Summit in Seoul on May 29 and 30th. This truly momentous event will be the first summit ever between Korea and the Pacific Island countries. I'm confident that the summit will provide a valuable opportunity for Korea to strengthen and foster the ties of cooperation on climate change with the Pacific Islands, which are facing a threat to their very survival on the front line of the climate crisis. The Republic of Korea will indeed wholeheartedly support the Pacific Island countries in their efforts to preserve national sovereignty and protect the rights and heritage of their citizens through its contribution to Rising Nations initiatives. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is clear. The window of opportunity is closing. It's time for action, and it is only through the actions we take today that we can guarantee a livable future for all of us, a viable future for the generations to come as well. ESCAP's leadership is vital for stronger regional cooperation. As ESCAP's main driving force, the Republic of Korea will indeed seek to further enhance and nurture a regional platform and partnership with ESCAP, its members, and non-state stakeholders, including private sector, to facilitate policy dialogue, technical cooperation, and technology and knowledge transfer, with a particular focus on energy, transport, and industry. I look forward to us uniting in our sense of shared purpose to address climate change and achieve our common goals. We owe this to all our peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ms. Hyo and Jenny Kim, Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Climate Change of the Republic of Korea. The next speaker is Mr. Askar Zampakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry from Kazakhstan, to be followed by the representative from France and to be followed by the representative from Thailand. Mr. Askar Zampakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to express my gratitude to the member countries for electing me as a Vice Chairman of the UN ESCAP 79th session. This is a testament to the high confidence that member countries have in our country, and we are committed to serving this session with utmost dedication and professionalism. The Asia-Pacific region is home of the world's fastest growing economies, and its dynamism has been a significant contributor to global economic growth. However, the region also faces significant challenges such as poverty, inequality, climate change, and natural disasters. These challenges require collective efforts and sub-regional cooperation to address them effectively. We believe that digital transformation is a key driver of sustainable development and economic growth, and that sub-regional cooperation is essential to ensuring that no one is left behind in the digital age. In this regard, we are proud to co-chairing working group on digital data and connectivity for all. At the moment, for climate change, we are using space technologies for space monitoring, and we are introducing online reporting for carbon emissions from our factories and other organizations. So we believe that this kind of solutions will help us to combat and overcome the challenges we have in climate. So far, Kazakhstan has been ranked 28th in e-government development index, and within that index, we are number 8 in online services. We are pleased. We believe that the progress made individually by each country faces the wall when it comes to transborder processes. We should jointly work to allow our citizens move between countries without any documents, as they have an opportunity to do within their own countries. And that's why we are pleased to announce our commitment to establish the United Nations Digital Solutions Center for Sustainable Development, which will serve as a hub for providing practical digital solutions in Central Asia and beyond. We believe that this center will play a critical role in promoting digital cooperation and inclusion, and we look forward to working with all member countries to make it a success. In line with this commitment, we are also excited to host next year, September 2024, which will focus on digital inclusion and transformation to accelerate the implementation of sustainable development goals and regional technology initiatives, including the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative. We believe that this conference will provide a platform for the member countries to exchange best practices, discuss challenges and opportunities, and explore new ways to leverage digital technologies for benefits of all. In conclusion, the initiatives outlined above represent significant opportunities for strengthening sub-regional cooperation and promoting sustainable development and digital transformation in the Asia-Pacific region. We look forward to working together with all stakeholders toward achieving these goals and unlocking the region's full potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Askar Zampakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan, for your statement. The next speaker is Her Excellency Madame Krosula Zagropoulou, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie and International Partnerships of France, to be followed by the representative of Thailand and to be followed by the representative of the Maldives. Her Excellency Madame Krosula Zagropoulou, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie and International Partnerships of France, you have the floor.
Madame la Secrétaire, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, clearly, as it was said at the 10th Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development, that we are late in the implementation of 2030 agenda. The crises, the war between Russia and the Ukraine, and the energy difficulties related to this have compounded the effects already felt by populations due to climate change. We must collectively increase our ambitions at a time when the climate is changing so drastically. I am very happy to come and join with the countries of this region that are particularly vulnerable to climate change and loss of biodiversity. France is fully committed to environmental preservation. This is the message of our president, Mr. Macron, when he was in Bangkok during the Peace Summit. France actively contributes to effective multilateralism in favor of our common goods in the context of climate and the Paris agreements, but also in the field of biodiversity and of the worldwide framework recently adopted in Montreal, and in favor of the preservation of forests in the context of the forestry multilateral efforts that also involved Gabon. Now, I'm also interested in the upcoming efforts in the field of plastic pollution, in the ongoing efforts for the appropriate financing architecture, and for the upcoming summit in Nice in 2025. Within the regional consultations of the UN, France has been sharing its expertise with countries of this region. Our operators, such as the French Development Agency, as well as research centers such as IRD and CIRAD, are very active. They have some materials exposed in this building during this commission session. There is a multi-donor program, including other countries such as New Zealand and Australia, to increase the resilience of the islands of the Pacific. And I went to PNG and Vanuatu at the end of 2022, and I could see the early results of such projects. We also have a new project with ASEAN against pollution and improving the quality of air of 6 of its countries. France, within the context of the Indo-Pacific, will always be side by side with its partners in respect of climate change. In this context, ESCAP is a prime platform for our regional cooperation. My best wishes to you for fruitful discussions, for a renewed commitment to climate and planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Madame Chrysoula Zacharopoulou, Minister of State for Development, Francophonie and International Partnerships in France, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Sarua Chenroen Suwan, Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, to be followed by the representative from the Maldives, and to be followed by the representative from Mongolia. His Excellency Mr. Sarua Chenroen Suwan of Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished participants, first allow me to congratulate you, Madam Chair, on your assumption as Chair of the 79th Commission session. It is also an honor for me to welcome distinguished delegates to Bangkok. Today, we are at a critical juncture in our efforts to achieve sustainable development. Climate change affects community and countries and has caused insecurities for people worldwide. Despite the climate ambitions announced by many countries, concrete actions are still inadequate. Tackling this global threat requires concerted efforts to speed up transformative actions in all sectors. Allow me to share our thoughts. First, building resilience of communities and countries is critical to enable them to adapt to and withstand the effects of climate change. In the longer term, we need to work towards a more sustainable development pathway by making necessary changes to create a more balanced, sustained, and inclusive growth. Countries have their own wisdoms and development approaches that can be exchanged and contribute to this end. For Thailand, the sufficiency economy philosophy guides our development efforts. The SEP, which advocates living in moderation and with prudence, helps improve the lives and livelihoods of people and communities while striking balance in our aspects, be they economic, social, or environment, thereby making them more resilient to crises. Building on the SEP, the Biocircular Green or BCG economy model is being promoted as a practical approach to post-COVID-19 recovery and sustainable growth. We stand ready to share our approaches with interested partners. Through South-South and triangular cooperation, Thailand has been engaging with partners on various training and capacity building projects based on these development approaches. Also, as we bid to host a specialized Expo 2028 in Phuket, Thailand hopes to showcase our development efforts to make the local economy more sustainable, green, and resilient, with the ultimate aim of eradicating social, public health, and environmental disparities. Second, building resilience and scaling up climate actions require expertise and resources, be they human or monetary. Therefore, we wish to stress the importance of climate financing, technology transfer, and capacity building to assist developing countries, including these least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states, particularly those most vulnerable to the effects of climate change, to assist them in their climate action. Third, digital economy, digital technology and innovation should be further leveraged to assist in information and data gathering, which is vital for policy and decision-making on climate issues. Technology and innovation is also an important part of climate change adaptation and mitigation, as well as the transition to a low-carbon economy. Thailand therefore appreciates the focus of this year's Commission session on climate change, as well as the organization of a Climate Solutions Fair, which provides us with a unique opportunity to exchange ideas and deepen collaboration to address this challenge at all levels. As a member and host country of ESCAP, Thailand is committed to working with all partners to drive forward climate action and sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region. Distinguished participants, as we move towards 2030, there's a need to look at how best to measure sustainability based on the well-being of the people and the planet. Sustainable development is about the people, and SDGs are based on human rights. This is part of why Thailand has presented our candidature for membership of the Human Rights Council for the term 2025 to 2027. We hope to work with partners to ensure that all persons enjoy the human rights. Without human rights, there can be no sustainable development and vice versa. Thailand looks forward to your support. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Sarun Charansuwan, Permanent Secretary for Foreign Affairs of Thailand, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Ahmad Latif, Foreign Secretary of the Maldives, to be followed by the representative of Mongolia, and to be followed by the representative of Brunei Darussalam. His Excellency Ahmed Latif, Foreign Secretary of the Maldives, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, distinguished participants ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon to all. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to ESCAP for the very comprehensive study prepared for the consideration of the 79th Commission session. My government recognizes the challenges we face in building low carbon and climate resilient economies and take note of the very useful recommendations in the study. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, as one of the lowest lying countries, the Maldives has been at the front line facing the impacts of climate change. Climate change continues to be one of the biggest threats the world faces. It is one that is detrimental to our coexistence. It is a threat multiplier that is all-encompassing. Vulnerable countries like the Maldives only contribute a minuscule amount to the global carbon emission. To be precise, we only emit 0.01%. My dear friends, this isn't fair. We pay the price for the actions of others despite bearing little to no responsibility for it. But we continue to do our part. The government of President Ibrahim Muhammad Saleh places utmost importance in tackling the climate crisis. Under the current administration, the Maldives continues to advocate actively on all platforms the need for sustainable, adequate climate finance to address the gaps in climate action and to conduct more climate risk analysis and planning. It is time for friends and partners in the developed world to fulfill their obligations and deliver on the US $100 billion annually. Madam Chair, one of the biggest achievements of addressing climate change during President Saleh's administration was passing the Climate Emergency Act. This act is a guiding light for us to deliver on our goal to achieving net zero carbon emission by 2030. But we cannot achieve net zero by ourselves. We need international support, we need partnerships, we need the know-how and technical and technological support. Above all, we need political will. Madam Chair, the Maldives recognizes the progress made in COP27, especially the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. But the work is far from complete. This is the time for us to work together to fully operationalize the fund. The Maldives will once again work with all partners to ensure that we reap the benefits of the fund at the earliest. Madam Chair, climate change is a threat multiplier, exacerbating threats that already exist. For a small island developing country like the Maldives, this means unique and particular vulnerabilities faced due to our remoteness, our small size and small population, and the inability to achieve economies of scale, as well as our dependence on single industries and limited fiscal space. To address the unique challenges, targeted support is required. This is best encapsulated in the frameworks of support agreed for groups of countries in special situations. For SIDS, this is the Samoa pathway. We are looking forward to holding the 4th International Conference on Small Island States next year, where we will once again shed light on the particular challenges SIDS face and renew our commitment to address them. Madam Chair, distinguished participants, the reality of our interconnected world is that global challenges require global solutions. Challenges such as climate change cannot be tackled by one country acting alone. We need to act in unison, we need solidarity, and we need to support each other. The Maldives stand ready, our hands extended, joining all of you in this endeavor. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ahmed Latif, Foreign Secretary of the Maldives, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Akbaya Nayodoj, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, to be followed by the representative of Brunei Darussalam, and the representative to be followed by the representative from the United States of America. His Excellency Mr. Akbaya Mayadoj, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, you have the floor.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Executive Secretary of the ESCAP, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, on the behalf of the delegation of Mongolia, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the ESCAP Secretariat for organizing the 79th session under the theme of Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and Pacific for Sustainable Development. We believe that the current session will provide crucial platform for member states to engage in constructive dialogue and collaborative efforts toward identifying innovative solutions to mitigate the current challenges and difficulties in achieving sustainable development goals. We are confident that this gathering of minds will yield meaningful outcomes and pave the way for accelerating climate action in our region. Mongolia places great value on its close collaboration with the Commission in various fields, including sustainable development, disaster risk reduction, trade facilitation, the statistics, and protecting the interests of the landlocked developing countries. We are deeply appreciative of the Secretary's unwavering commitment, unmatched expertise, and steadfast support to its members. We commend the Secretariat for its visionary leadership in setting new goals and charting new paths for regional development and shared prosperity among member states. We look forward to continued cooperation and partnership with the Commission to advance our shared objectives. 8 years ago, when the UN adopted 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, we embarked on a journey to transform our world into one that is sustainable and resilient, with no one left behind. However, our progress in achieving the SDGs has been hindered by a range of challenges, including geopolitical instability, the far-reaching consequences of the pandemic, and surge in inflation and commodity prices. As a result, landlocked developing countries such as Mongolia are facing more difficulties than ever before. Despite these obstacles, we remain optimistic that the ESCAP will continue to render its support to the countries with the special needs in diversifying the economies and strengthening their resilience. Currently, Mongolia is preparing to present its second voluntary national review at the ECOSOC High-Level Political Forum in July this year, where we will share our accomplishments and experience in implementing the SDGs and other national development policies and programs. The review will not only showcase our progress, but also an opportunity for us to learn from others and collaborate more closely to overcome the challenges ahead. Honorable Chair, during this unprecedented time, making an economic growth more inclusive is essential for all economies in the region. To achieve this, cooperation among nations is crucial, based on the principles of mutual support to help to transform our economies into more effective and resilient ones that can contribute to the achievement of the SDGs. The government of Mongolia recognizes the need to address challenges posed by the current global crisis. To this end, we began implementing the new recovery policy, which prioritizes green development, infrastructural improvement, and digital transformation aimed at ensuring macroeconomic stability, intensifying public and private partnership, and creating more favorable business environment for both foreign and domestic investors. In order to effectively carry out this policy, we are firmly committed to strengthening our cooperation at both bilateral and multilateral levels. First, green development. The government of Mongolia is a staunch supporter of the ESCAP's efforts to achieve the green development. As part of our commitment, the government of Mongolia warmly welcomed the 7th meeting of the Environment and Development Committee of the Commission, which focused on crucial aspects such as air quality management, control, capacity building. In this regard, I'm pleased to report that the Asia-Pacific High-Level Forum on Clean Air, hosted by our government, was successfully held last March in Ulaanbaatar with your participation. In this regard, my delegation wishes to highlight the importance of the flagship team study, Race to Zero, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific, prepared by the Secretary for this year's Commission session, which sets out policy actions rallying all the stakeholders, including private sectors, cities, regions, financial and other institutions in support of global climate agenda, while making economic, social, and environmental gains. As the pandemic continues to impact the world, it is critical that countries take decisive action to mitigate the negative effects of climate change. At the initiative of the President of Mongolia, national movement to plant 1 billion trees is currently underway in our country as a way to combat climate change and reduce the desertification. To that end, we would like to collaborate with you in order to learn from your best experiences. In addition, it's my pleasure to inform that Mongolia has begun the preparations to host the 70th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification in 2026. This upcoming session presents an excellent opportunity for us to showcase our commitment to combating desertification, promoting sustainable land management, and advancing our collective efforts to achieve the SDGs. Second, infrastructural improvement. As a landlocked country with huge transit potentials, Mongolia joined the Framework Agreement on Facilitation of Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and Pacific, and is expediting the implementation of the various projects under the China, Mongolia, and Russia Economic Corridor. This includes the implementation of the initiative on intergovernmental agreement of international road transport along the Asian highway network, which facilitates international road operations between the three countries on designated roads. Furthermore, in line with the intergovernmental agreement on dry ports, the Investment Research Center under our ministry has concluded an assessment to study on dry ports in Mongolia and capacity building activities. Seizing this opportunity, I take note of the important role played by International Think Tank for LLDSC in addressing the specific challenges faced by landlocked developing countries, and would like to urge the LLDCs that have not yet ratified the multilateral agreement on the establishment of the International Think Tank for LLDC to do so at the earliest convenience. Thus, I extend invitation to transit countries and other interested parties to support the International Think Tank. 3. Digital transformation. We believe that the digital transformation is an essential enabler for sustainable economic growth and recovery. As such, the government of Mongolia is fully committed to creating a favorable business environment that promotes competitiveness in the free market by cracking down on corruption and reducing excessive government control and bureaucracy. In line with this commitment, we recently launched the e-business platform, which is designated to support entrepreneurs in their business
Can I request
operation.
the representative to please
This
wind up?
platform represents a significant step toward in reducing bureaucracy, as it allows entrepreneurs to obtain special licenses and register their business without the need to physically visit registration and taxation offices. Mongolia actively participates in the development and implementation of the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Action Plan, which is centered regional cooperation toward connectivity for all data and digital technology and applications. As part of our commitment, last September, the Ministry of Digital Development and Communications, in collaboration with the UN, hosted the first ever Global Digital Dialogue. The event brought together member states, UN entities, private sectors, international financial institutions, and other key stakeholders to exchange experiences and best practice on digital transformation strategies. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, today we have gathered here for the annual session of the Commission, focusing on the theme Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. I'm confident that the current session will serve as a cooperative platform for exchanging experiences, best practices, lessons learned in our efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for SDGs. It will also generate key messages to drive actions towards an accelerated, inclusive green recovery. I extend my sincere wishes for highly successful 79th session of the Commission, and very thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Akbaya Nam George, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, for your statement. The next speaker is Mr. Aman Haji Meluddin, Permanent Secretary of the Civil Service Governance of the Prime Minister's Office of Brunei Darussalam, to be followed by the representative from the United States of America, and to be followed by the representative of Nepal. Mr. Aman Haji Meluddin, Permanent Secretary, Civil Service Governance of the Prime Minister's Office of Brunei Darussalam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, ESCAP has long been a valuable platform for regional conversations and cooperation. And as we move towards 2030, our gathering at this year's ESCAP shows our continued commitment to achieve our sustainable development goals. I am pleased to note that through this year's theme, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development, ESCAP has decided to focus on our efforts towards accelerating climate action. Being a small nation, Brunei Darussalam is not exempted from the adverse socioeconomic impacts of climate change. On this note, Brunei Darussalam joins other member states in pushing forward ESCAP's agenda, and furthermore places great value on its international commitments to mitigate the effects of climate change. Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, allow me to share some information on what Brunei Darussalam is currently doing on this front. First, I would like to reiterate Brunei Darussalam's commitment to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the goals of the Paris Agreement, in particular the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in light of different national circumstances. Brunei Darussalam has also announced our nationally determined contributions, NDC, to a reduction in total national greenhouse gas emissions by 20% relative to business as usual levels by 2030. To achieve this, Brunei Darussalam has stepped up efforts in driving energy transition and facilitation of our climate mitigation and adaptation efforts. To help meet the net zero target, it is crucial to know where we are at the moment. Our robust monitoring mechanism is one way to find out. Therefore, Brunei Darussalam plans to launch a mandatory reporting directive with the objective to enhance the transparency of our emissions reporting and further help to substantiate our actions to achieve our net zero ambition. Brunei Darussalam is also in the process of developing a national climate change adaptation plan to coordinate adaptation efforts for a climate resilient and adaptive nation. Second, addressing climate change in our region has become a collective ASEAN effort. In 2021, ASEAN member states have agreed to establish the ASEAN Center for Climate Change, ACCC, in Brunei Darussalam. The center aims to strengthen ASEAN's climate change coordination and cooperation by becoming a hub for climate research and climate change-related policy making recommendations. The Center has garnered support from ASEAN dialogue partners as well. And I hope that this is merely the beginning of a long and very beneficial platform for multilateral cooperation on a common cause. His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam, in his speech during the opening of the 19th Legislative Council, stated that Brunei Darussalam hosting of the ACCC is in line with the Brunei Darussalam National Climate Change Policy, and that a centralized inventory system will be introduced as part of the country's efforts to monitor and verify data accurately. The information will be included in the National Climate Change Adaptation Plan by the end of this year. Alongside regional cooperation, His Majesty Sultan of Brunei Darussalam frequently highlights climate change as a pressing issue in other international platforms, such as the Asia-Europe meeting and the World Government Summit in 2020, whereby, among other things, His Majesty brought attention the criticality of the UAE's stewardship of COP28 this year, and suggested that governments need to work more closely together to urgently tackle the threat of climate change. We are pleased to also share that Brunei Darussalam is co-leading the development and implementation of the ASEAN Climate Finance Strategy with the Philippines and in collaboration with UNFCCC Regional Cooperation Centers and ASEAN Secretariat. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, to conclude, shared goals require shared efforts. So in this view, I would like to commend the ESCAP in continuing its crucial role as a collaborative platform for us to work towards our common goal in protecting the global climate for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aman Haji Maluddin, Permanent Secretary, Civil Service Governance of the Prime Minister's Office of Brunei Darussalam, for your statement. The next speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Michelle Sisson, Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of International Organization Affairs of the United States State Department, to be followed by the distinguished representative of Nepal, and to be followed by the distinguished representative of China. Her Excellency Ms. Michelle Sisson of the United States, you have the floor.
On behalf of the United States, it is an honor to speak with friends from throughout the Asia-Pacific region. I'd like to thank Executive Secretary Elise Chabana for her hospitality during my recent visit to Bangkok. And thank you to all at ESCAP for serving as a trusted, transparent platform where the region can come together to advance the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The United States is committed to an ESCAP region that is free and open, connected, prosperous, resilient, and secure. A region that steadfastly supports the UN Charter's 4 pillars: peace and security, development, rule of law, and human rights. Our support for the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda frames how the United States engages in ESCAP, and we applaud this year's emphasis on SDG 13 to advance climate solutions. A few weeks ago, President Biden convened the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate for a 4th time to galvanize efforts needed during this critical decade to stem the climate crisis. President Biden called on fellow leaders to recommit ourselves to action while we still have the time. He invited them to join the United States in a set of joint efforts targeting 4 urgent priorities that are critical to keeping the 1.5-degree limit within reach: decarbonizing energy, ending deforestation, reducing non-CO2 emissions, and advancing carbon management. President Biden urged leaders to support strengthened efforts this year to fully leverage the capacity of the multilateral development banks to address global challenges, including climate change. He also announced that the United States is providing $1 billion to the Green Climate Fund. In the Indo-Pacific region, the United States budgeted $165 million in assistance for climate adaptation, resilience, and clean energy projects last year. As host of APEC this year, our theme, Creating a Resilient and Sustainable Future for All, seeks to address climate change along with supply chain shocks, struggling health systems, and food insecurity. To further help support the work of individual countries to accelerate their own energy transition, the United States, alongside our G7 and other partners, has launched Just Energy Transition partnerships with Indonesia and Vietnam. Our regional partnerships on climate start from our commitment to ASEAN centrality and include extensive collaboration with the Pacific Island Forum and other regional bodies. For example, our emergency plan on adaptation and resilience is expanding the ability of small island developing states in the Pacific to improve forecasting of severe weather and climate events by investing in their infrastructure and communication capabilities. I wish I could be there in Bangkok with all of you in person, but I'll conclude with a simple request. Please reach out to our U.S. delegation in Bangkok. Let's share ideas on how we can embrace the UN's cooperative spirit and partner at ESCAP to address climate challenges, promote peace and prosperity, and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you to Her Excellency Ms. Michelle Sison, Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of International Organization Affairs of the U.S. State Department for your statement. The next speaker is the Honorable Dr. J. Kat Raut, member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, to be followed by the distinguished representative from China, and to be followed by the distinguished representative from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Honorable Dr. J. Kat Raut, a member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, Madam Chair, for being elected as chair to the 79th Commission session. Let me also extend my delegation's gratitude to Royal Thai Government and the ESCAP Secretariat for the successful convening of the 79th session of ESCAP. It is an honor for me to share perspectives on the theme of accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Climate change is a major global challenge that has affected countries around the world amidst the ongoing geopolitical conflict and COVID-19 pandemic. It is essential to resolve these issues for peace, harmony, and prosperity. Accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific is a priority for sustainable development and prosperity of people in the region. Madam Chair, Nepal has made remarkable progress towards achieving sustainable development goals in many areas, including poverty, elevation, education, gender empowerment, and health. Climate change measures have been integrated into development plans and strategies in all layers of the government. The government has made notable progress in reducing disaster risk, with direct economic loss due to disaster at 2.5% of GDP in 2019. The government's efforts to alleviate poverty, reduce inequality, increase institutional capacity in education, health, energy, environmental protection, public service delivery, and increase people's access to basic services have been successful. Madam Chair, Nepal has integrated climate action in its 15th periodic plan and its national policies and program to achieve the net zero carbon neutrality from 2022 to 2045. It also aims to reduce deforestation and increase forest cover to 45% by 2030. Nepal has committed to protecting vulnerable people from climate change by 2030 and has implemented conducive policies for the use of electric vehicles. The country has also raised issues related to climate change adaptation, losses, damage, climate finance, food security, indigenous peoples, and agriculture. Madam Chair, Nepal faces data and institutional capacity leading to mainstreaming of climate change issues and hindrances for the country. Nepal is graduating in 2026 from least developed countries categories. The crucial task of preparing a robust and smooth transition strategy is essential to attain climate actions and resilience. Madam Chair, ESCAP has taken important initiative to promote environmental sustainability and mitigate climate change. It is a way to strengthen regional cooperations and engage in inclusive dialogue on interrelated issues. The 79th session of ESCAP provides an avenue for people to partake in the collective journey of development and sustainability in the Asia and Pacific region and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. J. Kat Raut, member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Han Zhejiang, Ambassador and Plenipotentiary of China to Thailand, which will be followed by the representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands and followed by the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. His Excellency Mr. Han Zhejiang, Ambassador and Plenipotentiary of China to Thailand, you have the floor.
Distinguished Madam Chairperson, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to congratulate on the convening of 79th Commission session of the UN ESCAP. I would like to thank the government of Thailand, the host country, and the ESCAP Secretariat for the warm and thoughtful arrangements made for this Commission session. We are living in a world of peace and development. While we are faced with a series of challenges, such as the fragile recovery of global economy, prevailing unilateralism and protectionism, the global sustainable development process is encountering headwinds, and the increasingly severe challenge of climate change. Only by solidarity and cooperation to put together in terms of troubles, they are the right path for Asia-Pacific countries to effectively meet the challenges and achieve sustainable development. Adhering to the true multilateralism, multilateral cooperation is the right choice to advance global climate governance. The international system with the United Nations at its core should be maintained. The principle of common but differentiated responsibilities should be upheld, and the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement should be brought into play as a main framework for international cooperation in addressing climate change. Developed countries should effectively fulfill their commitments and provide financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing countries. Adhering to the development first and people-centered approach, development is a master key to solve all problems. we should promote the synergy between environmental protection, economic development, and poverty eradication, strive to achieve social equity and justice in green transition, and increase people's sense of fulfillment, happiness, and security. China has proposed the Global Development Initiative and is committed to accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we would like to welcome the active participation of all countries. Adhering to the green and innovative development, according to President Xi Jinping, lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. China is actively implementing the new development philosophy, striving to promote high-quality development and promote the creation of a new development dynamic. Asia-Pacific countries should follow the overall direction of the new round of scientific and technological revolution, industrial transformation, take innovation as a driving force, vigorously promote the transformation and upgrade of economic, energy, and industrial structures, make a good ecological environment an important support for sustainable socio-economic development in the Asia-Pacific region, and jointly build a community of life for man and nature. Adhering to deepening connectivity, China believes that we need to uphold the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits to promote a joint implementation of a Belt and Road Initiative with the partner countries, to promote cooperation on green infrastructure, green energy, green transport, green finance, to help deepen regional connectivity and promote common development and prosperity. This year, China will organize the third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation in Beijing, China, to inject a new momentum for sustainable development in the Asia-Pacific region and the entire world. Ladies and gentlemen, in response to climate change, China has always been taking firm action. China has announced its vision of striving to peak carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, which had fully demonstrated its ambition for climate action. China has already accomplished its 2020 goal for climate action ahead of schedule. China has steadily promoted energy restructuring, strictly controlled carbon dioxide emissions, and established the world's largest carbon market covering greenhouse gas emissions. China has extensively carried out South-South cooperation on climate change, carried out more than 40 climate change mitigation and adaptation programs with developing countries, and trained technicians in related fields for more than 120 developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, on the basis of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit, China will coexist peacefully with all countries and develop together. China will continue to follow a Chinese path to modernization and develop new system for higher level open economy, and continue to share the opportunities of China's development with the world, especially the Asia-Pacific region. In the first quarter of this year, China's economy grew by 4.5%, demonstrating a strong momentum for long-term improvement. According to the IMF report, the Asia-Pacific region will contribute about 70% to global economic growth this year, and China's contribution will be as high as 30%. China will continue to work closely with all parties to support ESCAP to fully play its role in jointly promoting sustainable development and post-pandemic recovery in the Asia-Pacific region, and in promoting the building of an Asia-Pacific community with a shared future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Han Jiexing, Ambassador and Plenipotentiary of China to Thailand, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Remco Winjarden, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, to be followed by the Distinguished Representative of the Russian Federation, and followed by the Distinguished Representative of India. His Excellency Mr. Remco Winjarden, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Madam Chair, Vice Chairs, distinguished delegates. It's an honor for me to join today the 79th session of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. For the Netherlands, the importance of cooperation with countries in the Asia-Pacific region is self-evident, be it on global challenges in the field of trade, global stability and security, social development, or climate change. These challenges can only be addressed through common action and constructive international cooperation. The Netherlands is therefore strongly committed to investing in and protecting the rules-based international order based on commitment and respect, with a central role for the United Nations. This rules-based international order is a main pillar of our foreign policy, which also focuses on sustainable economic growth, economic and social equality, and security. In Asia and the Pacific, the Netherlands is ready to cooperate in further strengthening the international multilateral system and working on global challenges together. I would like to touch on the theme of today, accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Climate change is an existential threat to the world in general, in particular for some island states and large cities along the coasts. Climate change is threatening lives and livelihoods in every part of the world. Risks associated with climate-related disasters are a reality for millions. Food and water security are linked to large-scale migration and conflict. Heat and humidity may ultimately render large parts of this region unlivable. The cost of inaction will keep rising in both economic terms and human lives. According to experts at Chiang Mai University here in Thailand, PM 2.5 air pollution is already killing up to 40,000 Thai every year. WHO reported that the combined effects of ambient air pollution and household air pollution are associated with 6.7 premature deaths annually. The Netherlands and like-minded EU member states are working hard to raise the EU climate ambition to at least a 55% emission reduction in 2030. The Netherlands has set the ambition to be a 100% circular economy by 2050, with its first and crucial step to reduce the use of raw materials by 50% in 2030. And the Netherlands hosts the headquarters of the Global Center on Adaptation, GCA, an international organization engaged in adaptation solutions for a climate-resilient future, in the largest floating office in the world, in Rotterdam. GCA also has regional offices in China and in Bangladesh. It is a good example of how we can tackle the consequences of climate change by sharing knowledge and working together on innovative and nature-based solutions. With a third of our country lying below sea level, we know what it takes to be innovative, to keep our feet dry. In this context, I should mention that the Dutch government finances smart and sustainable solutions for climate changes worldwide via the Dutch Good Growth Fund and the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. Your Excellencies, in conclusion, we live in a rapidly changing and sometimes disruptive world. To solve our new global challenges, cooperation is key. The Netherlands is looking forward to further intensifying our cooperation with countries in the region, bilaterally, within the framework of the EU, and of course, in relevant ESCAP fora. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Remco van Wijnaarden, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to ESCAP, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Yejensi Tomikin, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Thailand and Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to ESCAP, to be followed by the Distinguished Representative from India, and to be followed by the Distinguished Representative from Australia. His Excellency Mr. Yejensi Tomihin, Ambassador, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Thailand and Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to ESCAP. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, the main theme of today's meeting, shows how deeply we all share the concern about climate change and how interested we are in stepping up international efforts to address it. We proceed from the fact that the efforts of ESCAP must be directed at building a common vector built by the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement. We are convinced that the struggle to conserve the climate should unite rather than divide the international community. It is important that the Commission continue its consistent work in favor of consolidating the efforts of its member states to develop and implement practical, substantive recommendations to carry out specific technical cooperation projects and to organize work on climate, taking into account the natural, geographical, social and economic specificities of countries and the priorities of their national development strategies. Despite the fact that in the face of global economic turbulence, many countries have begun to adjust their environmental development strategies, the overall thrust remains towards transitioning to a sustainable development path. The challenge of moving onto a low-emission development path remains on the agenda of the global community, and Russia is committed to pursue its low-emission development strategy and has already demonstrated significant results in this regard. Our country, to a greater extent than many others, has reduced its greenhouse gas emissions. Compared to 1990, these emissions have been halved from 3.1 billion tons CO2 equivalent to 1.6 billion tons. This is the result of a deliberate policy of restructuring Russian industry and the energy sector over the last 20 years. As a result, 45% of our energy mix now consists of low-emission energy sources, including nuclear power generation. Russia has made very significant progress in creating the legal and infrastructural framework for national climate policy. We have adopted the law on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions in 2021 and the strategy of socio-economic development with low greenhouse gas emissions until 2050, also in 2021. The implementation of which will allow the Russian Federation to achieve a balance between anthropogenic and greenhouse gas emissions and their absorption no later than 2060. We have approved criteria for sustainable development projects in the Russian Federation in order to develop investment activities and attract extra budgetary funds, including in fighting climate change. A system of so-called green finance is being established. We are putting into circulation financial instruments for sustainable development, and climate-friendly solutions are being introduced in the sectors of energy, transport, and construction. Looking to the future, we are ready, together with our ESCAP partners, to continue working on implementing the climate goals agreed under the auspices of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Yevgeny Tomykin, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Thailand and Permanent Representative of the Russian Federation to ESCAP, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Nagesh Singh, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, India, to be followed by the Distinguished Representative of Australia and to be followed by the Distinguished Representative of Tajikistan. His Excellency Mr. Nagesh Singh, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of India to ESCAP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary,
Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of my delegation, let me congratulate you, Madam Chair, on your election as the chairperson of the 79th session of the Commission. I also thank the ESCAP for organizing this event. I am grateful for this opportunity to share India's perspective on the theme of the session. The theme is most relevant and timely, and it needs renewed focus in the light of the recent setbacks due to the COVID-19 pandemic and other global challenges straining the resources of economies worldwide. Keeping in view its commitment to global climate action under UNFCCC and in the spirit of multilateralism, India had submitted an ambitious nationally determined contribution in October 2015 and ratified the Paris Agreement the following year in 2016. Demonstrating higher ambition in its climate action, India submitted its updated NDC in August 2022, translating its 5 nectar elements, or Panchamrit in Sanskrit, announced by the Prime Minister of India at Glasgow into enhanced NDC targets. The updated targets in India's NDC include reducing emissions intensity of its GDP by 45% by 2030 from the 2005 levels, achieving about 50% cumulative electric power installed capacity from non-fossil fuel-based energy resources by 2030, and create an additional carbon sink of 2.5 to 3 billion tons of CO2 equivalent through additional forest and tree cover by 2030. Further propagating a healthy and sustainable way of living based on traditions and values of conservation and moderation, including through a mass movement for life, which is an acronym for Lifestyle for Environment. India also submitted its long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategy to UNFCCC during the 27th Conference of Parties, the COP27, held in Sharm el-Sheikh. The LTLEDS provides a roadmap for sectoral transitions needed for India's transition to its target of net zero emissions by 2070. Government of India stands committed to combating climate change through its several programs and schemes, including the National Action Plan on Climate Change, which is the overarching policy framework and comprises of national missions in specific areas. India has launched and is nurturing many programs for green fuel, green energy, green mobility, green buildings, green equipment, and policies for efficient use of energy across various economic sectors. Ethanol blending with petrol, the National Green Hydrogen Mission, promotion of electric vehicles, and tremendous push on the renewable energy front are some of the significant initiatives that India is pursuing towards a clean and green energy future. Madam Chair, India currently has a total renewable energy capacity of 172 gigawatts, and we plan to achieve 500 gigawatts of installed electricity capacity from non-fossil fuels, and this includes renewable and nuclear sources by 2030. Madam Chair, we are pleased that the summary note of the Secretariat acknowledges India's efforts in electrification of 2- and 3-wheelers and increasing use of electric buses. Our government has taken various initiatives to accelerate the decarbonization of transport and adoption of electric mobility in the country. The faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles scheme, launched in 2015, supports the electric vehicle market development and its manufacturing ecosystem to achieve self-sustenance. The Indian Railways has set a target of becoming net zero carbon emitter by 2030. This initiative alone will lead to a reduction of emissions by 60 million tons annually. Indian Railways is also pioneering development of technical specifications for manufacture of hydrogen fuel cell powered rolling stock with regenerative braking system. Apart from resolutely addressing climate change domestically, India has also proactively taken a lead in promoting international collaborations and cooperation through the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. India has undertaken various programs and activities through these arrangements. At COP26 in Glasgow in November 2021, new initiatives under the CDRI, which is the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and ISA, the Solar Alliance, Infrastructure for Resilient Island States, or IRIS, and Green Grids Initiative, One Sun, One World, One Grid, were launched. India, along with Sweden, co-leads the Leadership Group for Industry Transition, LEAD IT, for voluntary low-carbon transition of hard-to-abate sectors. Madam Chair, this year, India's G20 presidency under the theme of One Earth, One Family, One World has also included among its priorities green development, climate finance and life, accelerated inclusive and resilient growth, and accelerating progress on SDGs. Madam Chair, let me conclude by saying that India is moving forward on the subject of climate action with great ambition and determination. We appreciate the recommendations and policy options suggested in the summary of the theme study for enhanced regional cooperation, much needed for faster and bolder climate action for sustainable development in the region. We are committed to playing an active role towards the realization of this goal. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Nagesh Singh, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of India to ESCAP, for your statement. The next speaker is Ms. Kirsten Tilley, Australian Ambassador for Climate Change, to be followed by the representative for Tajikistan and to be followed by the representative from Malaysia. Ms. Kirsten Tilley, Australian Ambassador for Climate Change, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Across the Asia-Pacific region, we are witnessing the impacts of climate change. Large-scale flooding in South Asia, devastating cyclones across the Pacific, and in the last few weeks, new all-time high temperatures recorded in Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. And in the past 24 hours, a massive tropical cyclone causing widespread impacts in Myanmar and Bangladesh. In recent years, Australia has also witnessed homes washed away in minutes by unprecedented flash flooding, cities blanketed in smoke for months, and native wildfire devastated as huge areas of their habitat were wiped out by bushfires. Australia recognises the urgency of the climate crisis and that action on climate starts at home. We've increased our 2030 emissions reduction target to 43% below 2005 levels and have enshrined this target in law along with our commitment to achieve net zero by 2050. For the Pacific, we know that climate change is the single biggest threat to livelihoods, security and well-being in the region. Pacific communities are facing a range of escalating threats, including sea level rise and more frequent natural disasters. Australia is listening and we're taking action. Australia will deliver a record total of $1.3 billion in development assistance to the Pacific this year, our highest annual contribution ever. This will include increased support for strengthening climate resilience in the region, including for climate science and monitoring, renewable energy and nature-based solutions. And we're bidding to host a future UN Climate Conference of the Parties in partnership with the Pacific, a recognition of the Pacific nations who have led the way for so long and have so much to lose in a warming planet. We're grateful for the unanimous support from all Pacific Island Forum leaders to co-host COP31 in 2026, and we ask other countries to similarly endorse the proposal for a Pacific COP. For our partners in Southeast Asia, we recognise the region's transition to net zero will be critical to global climate ambition and to keeping 1.5 degrees within an orderly transition to net zero by 2050 by unlocking green trade and investment opportunities while ensuring energy security, reliability and access. We have a first-of-its-kind green economy agreement with Singapore, which will promote trade and investment across green economy sectors in both our countries. Of course, the ability to mobilise private finance will be critical in meeting the region's climate and development goals. Australia is building innovative financing partnerships to support climate projects and attract greater investment, including from the private sector. We've just announced a major expansion of our Emerging Markets Impact Investment Fund, so it can accept up to 250 million of Australian government funding to catalyse greater private capital to support climate and gender outcomes in the Indo-Pacific. We expect this expanded fund to mobilise $3 of private investment for every $1 of government investment, and therefore should drive $750 million of investments in the region. Chair, climate change takes more than one nation, one government or one community to address. We need to be joined up in our efforts, working towards our common goal of keeping 1.5 degrees within reach. Australia stands as a constructive and willing partner in this common goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kirsten Tilley, Australian Ambassador for Climate Change, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Ardashir Kodiri, Ambassador of the Republic of Tajikistan to Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, and to be followed by the Distinguished Representative for Malaysia. His Excellency Mr. Ardashir Kodiri, Ambassador of the Republic of Tajikistan to Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, you have the floor.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Fekita Moela Utoi Kamano, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tonga, Chair of the 79th session. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The issue of climate change and its consequences is one of the crucial topics that concern the global community. The growing challenge of climate change requires that our actions be coordinated and based on proven short and long-term measures. Especially over the past decade, the negative impact of climate change has manifested itself more frequently and clearly. I am confident that the 79th session under the theme Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development is another opportunity to review our cooperation on lessening climate calamities, challenges, and its influence to the achieving the SDGs. I believe that a fruitful discussion of policy options and features of our mutual cooperation to accelerate climate action in the region and beyond will contribute to defining a common vision and identifying effective solutions to meet the goals and commitments to reduce the risks and impacts of climate change. Distinguished delegates, the recent observations testify of the increasing impact of climate change on the environment, social, and economic situation in Tajikistan. Being as a mountainous country with difficult geographic conditions, Tajikistan is one of the vulnerable countries to the impact of climate change. By the influence of global warming, more than 1,000 glaciers, which are vital to entire Central Asia, have melted and completely disappeared. The current situation of glaciers worldwide requires the adoption of measures together with international and regional structures. To address and raise awareness about the issue, Tajikistan proposed an initiative to declare 2025 as the International Year for Glaciers Preservation and establish an international fund for glacier preservation under the aegis of the United Nations. And on the 14th of December 2022, the UN General Assembly unanimously supported this initiative, and almost 160 countries co-sponsored it. Distinguished colleagues, we are concerned with the changes in hydrological cycles that adversely affect water, energy, and food security, and can lead to additional risk of floods, and severe droughts. Under these circumstances, we have to revise our programs and strategies for water use and take joint measures to promote sustainable development and adaptation to climate change. In late March, Tajikistan and the Netherlands jointly organized the UN 2023 Water Conference that offered an opportunity to galvanize commitment and accelerate actions on water across multiple sectors. It is important to take on board the outcomes of the Water Action Agenda in existing relevant intergovernmental processes in order to ensure that proposed commitments will get concrete follow-ups through existing processes like the HLPF on sustainable development, Sendai framework, COPs on climate and on biodiversity, as well as Dushanbe water process. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, during recent years, the water dialogue has been almost suspended in ESCAP, and mostly UNECE is involved in water dialogue. We are of the view that we should continue our efforts to strengthen dialogue and cooperation to address water problems in Asia and the Pacific. Concluding, let me reiterate that we are committed to continue our efforts in this direction and invite all to join us in this process. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Adasha Kodiri, Ambassador of the Republic of Tajikistan to Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Permanent Representative to ESCAP, for your statement. Then our last speaker for this afternoon session is Mr. Bong Yik Jui, Deputy Chief of Mission, Minister, Permanent Representative of Malaysia to ESCAP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I take the opportunity to congratulate the ESCAP on the successful organizing of the 79th Commission session. Today, I stand before you to express the commitment of Malaysia to accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. Malaysia acknowledges the urgent needs to address the challenges posed by climate change. Like many countries in the region, Malaysia has already experienced the detrimental effect of climate change, such as more frequent and intense floods, prolonged droughts, and loss of biodiversity. Although Malaysia's global carbon emissions share is just 0.7%, Malaysia is fully committed in accelerating climate actions. The Malaysian government have set overarching policy to raise the environmental agenda through the Green Growth Initiative. Malaysia has announced the aspiration to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emission target as early as 2050 and committed to reduce our emissions intensity of GDP by 45% by 2030 compared to the level of 2005. Moving forward, Malaysia is charting out a long-term low-emission development strategy and a national adaptation plan to address the impacts of climate change and to foster climate resilience. At the international level, Malaysia have joined the Global Methane Pledge, which was launched at COP26. The pledge aims to reduce global methane emissions by 2030 by at least 30% relative to 2020 levels. On the same note, Malaysia aims to reduce 50% in methane emission from natural gas value chain in Malaysia by 2030. With regard to the biodiversity conservation, Malaysia is committed to retain at least 50% of its land area under forest and tree cover, in line with its commitment at the 1992 Earth Summit. Malaysia has also renewed its commitment in achieving the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which have recently concluded. In this regard, national policy for biological diversity will be reviewed to reflect the commitment in the framework. Distinguished delegates, Malaysia is investing in renewable energy resources, such as solar and hydroelectric power, with the aim to increase the share in our energy mix and address climate change. Currently, 25% of Malaysia's energy generation capacity came from renewable energy. The National Energy Policy 2022 to 2040, launched in September last year, encapsulates Malaysian aspiration to enhance macroeconomic resilience and energy security, to achieve social equitability and affordability, and to ensure environmental sustainability. Malaysia has also been actively promoting low-carbon mobility initiative to reduce greenhouse gas emission and promote sustainable transportation. The low-carbon mobility blueprint 2021 to 2030 set as the policy framework to mainstream the transition towards electrification in the transportation industry and to achieve the target of Paris Agreement greenhouse gas. Malaysia has taken concrete action to build climate resilience within the financial sector. We established low-carbon transition facility and the high-tech fund to facilitate SME transition towards a sustainable economy. Malaysia has also introduced the climate change and principle-based taxonomy to provide a common and consistent classification system for financial institutions when assessing and categorizing economic activities. We introduced Sukuk and Green Bond to finance climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and environmental projects. The 12th Malaysian Plan for 2021 or to 2025 encouraged the public and private sector in Malaysia to adopt and integrate the SDGs as well as environmental, social, and governance ESG principles in their decision-making and business practices to increase the competitiveness and stay relevant in the market. The adoption of ESG can promote greater transparencies and visibility in supply chains and can be utilized as force multiplier to deal with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of the regional and international collaboration and partnership, Malaysia actively engaged in regional and international platforms such as ASEAN and United Nations to promote dialogue and cooperation on climate-related issues. We are also committed to share our experience, knowledge, and best practices with other nations, as we firmly believe that together we can achieve far more than what we can do it individually. On that note, Malaysia welcomes any cooperation on capacity building, knowledge transfer, or technical consultation with every member state in the region. Distinguished delegates, as a concluding remark, we are hopeful for United Nations and other member countries continue to share their best practices, knowledge, and technical expertise through capacity building to accelerate our action in realizing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With that, I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bong Yik Chui, Deputy Chief of Mission, Minister, Permanent Representative of Malaysia to ESCAP, for your statement. This brings us to the end of the proceedings for today, and I would now call on the Secretariat to make any announcement.
Thank you, Chair. Just to remind all delegates that the Executive Secretary and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand are hosting a reception for all participants at the Commission after the conclusion of this meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. And all participants are invited to join. And transportation has been arranged for participants between the United Nations Conference Center and the Ministry, and buses are scheduled to leave at 17:15 hours. From the exit near the flagpole area. And just in case not everybody fits in the buses, there will be a second round leaving at 6 p.m. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the Secretariat. On this note, I adjourn this meeting and we shall reconvene at 9:30 a.m. Bangkok time sharp tomorrow, Tuesday, 16th of May. The meeting is adjourned.